Good morning. May we request everybody to be seated. Honorable dignitaries, learned delegates from corporate and academia, our respected professors and forward thinkers of our time. Today, we gather to explore the pivotal role of Generation Z plays in shaping our future. As a torchbearer of innovation and technology, they are at the forefront of driving change in industries. Their determination and ingenuity are key to addressing the pressing global issues of climate change. Moreover, Gen Z is redefining wellness, championing holistic approaches that resonate with the new generation's values.
Empowering Gen Z to drive change is not merely an option, but an imperative for a better tomorrow. A very good morning to one and all. We welcome you to this summit dedicated to the unstoppable force that is Generation Z. Thank you for taking out time from your busy schedule and honoring us with your presence.
I, Jaskiran Narula,
And I, Goranvit Singhania,
feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of the School of Management of BML Munjal University to the Brij Leadership Summit 2023 on the theme, Unveiling Tomorrow, Empowering Gen Z in a Changing World.
To commence on an auspicious note, we will hold a lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Ma Saraswati, the revered goddess of knowledge. I extend a warm invitation to our respective deans, Mr. Santanil Das Gupta, the chair, and co-chair to participate in this symbolic act. Can we have a huge round of applause? With utmost humility, we seek the blessings of Ma Saraswati. Grant us the wisdom to create a world that is harmonious, where all beings coexist in unity with nature. We express our gratitude to all the esteemed dignitaries. Thank you so much. I request the dignitaries to please be seated. Seeking blessings of Lord Ganesha, we have Rashika Sardana from the batch of MBA 2022 performing Ganesh Vandana.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvighnam Kurme Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada.
With this, I would like to invite Dr. Ritu Chikara, Summit Chair, and Dr. Sangeeta Dattagupta, Co-Chair, to set the context for today's summit. Let us introduce the Summit Chair, Dr. Ritu Chikara. Dr. Chikara, an MBA and PhD graduate from FMS Delhi University, serves as an Associate Professor of Marketing and Sustainability with over 15 years of experience spanning industry, research, and academia. She's recognized for her publications in renowned journals, including the Journal of Brand Management and Health Marketing Quarterly. Trained in innovative teaching methods by institutions like SMU Singapore and IIM Ahmedabad, Dr. Ritu is Head Research of the Center for Sustainability Research and Advocacy, CSRA, at BML Munjal University.
Dr. Sangeeta Dattagupta, the co-chair. Dr. Sangeeta Dattagupta is an experienced educator and researcher with over 20 years of teaching experience at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels. She currently serves as an associate professor of economics and assistant dean research at BML Munjal University. Dr. Dattagupta holds a PhD in economics from Jadavpur University and has contributed to reputable peer-reviewed journals, including the Journal of Business Research, Technological Forecasting, and Social Change, among others. She also serves on the editorial review board of the International Journal of Emerging Markets and acts as a reviewer for esteemed journals in her field. She is the head advocacy of the Center for Sustainability and Research Advocacy, CSRA, BML Munjal University.
May we have Dr. Chikara and Dr. Dattagupta on stage.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed industry experts, entrepreneurs, policy makers, and the brilliant minds from BML Munjal University. It is both an honor and a responsibility to set the tone for the fourth edition of our Brij Leadership Summit, dedicated to unveiling tomorrow, empowering Gen Z in a changing world. In the words of Franklin D. Roosevelt, we cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. These words resonate profoundly today as we gather to discuss, dissect, and deliberate on a generation that stands at the crossroads of tradition and transformation, the Generation Z. Born between 1997 and 2012, Gen Z is more than just a demographic. They are a movement. With their unparalleled embrace of technology, an unwavering commitment to the environment, and a renewed focus on mindfulness and well-being, Gen Z is not waiting for the future, they are crafting it. BML Munjal University's ambitious Gen Z project is our pledge to study this dynamic generation across continents, understanding their aspirations, fears, hopes, and dreams. It is an acknowledgement of their transformative power, a power that will shape technology, enforce climate change, and redefine wellness. Our dedicated sessions on technology, climate change, and wellness have been curated with thought leaders who are not just going to enlighten us today, but will significantly contribute to our ongoing research on Gen Z. Did you know that Gen Z makes up around 30% of the global population? This means they have already eclipsed millennials in numbers. But it's just not about the numbers, it's about their influence. These digital natives use platforms like TikTok and Instagram, not just for entertainment, but to lead global movements, especially climate activism. Their voice is loud, clear, and cohesive. Our day-long summit will be a deep dive into the psyche of Gen Z. Our panels are a mirror to their priorities, from their seamless integration with technology to their fervent climate activism and their holistic approach to wellness. They seamlessly blend the digital with the tangible, merging their online lives with their offline activism. In the words of Malala Yousafzai, young people will always be powerful. Today, as we embark on this journey to understand Gen Z, let's remember that they are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but the change makers of today. To our eminent speakers and panelists here, thank you for lending your expertise. Your insights today will be instrumental for our Gen Z project at BMU. Now I invite Dr. Sangeeta, our co-chair of the summit, to introduce the 3 themes for today and also our research report.
Thank you, Dr. Ritu. So our first panel is on technology. Gen Z are a generation born into a world of technologies. They inherently understand technology through their upbringing with smartphones, social media, and the internet, giving them a distinctive view on the societal impact. They advocate for robust digital infrastructure to close the digital gap and champion technology's seamless integration in education. Our esteemed panel members will deliberate on the role of technology and how it can be integrated into decision-making process. Our second panel is on climate change. Climate change is a serious issue. The footprints are evidenced by melting glaciers, rising sea level, and shifting patterns of weather. The present global temperature is 1.1 degrees above the temperature during the pre-industrial era, and 1.5 degrees is not far away. According to a report, 700 million people may be displaced due to floods by 2030. Against this backdrop, Gen Z stands as our vanguard. Activism of Gen Z can go a long way to address these issues. This highly eco-conscious generation have strong values related to sustainability, and it is reflected in their behavior and purchasing decisions. They expect the companies to take a stand on environmental issues because Gen Z are likely to face the impact of climate change more compared to many of us and other generations. Our panel on climate change will delve into these problems, and our Gen Z representative will bring his perspective. We hope to come up with some insights that will be helpful in strategy formulation for the companies. A third panel, again, very important issue, is on wellness. Wellness, often relegated to the backbench in the corporate hustle, has found a champion in Gen Z. The interconnectedness of mental, emotional, and physical wellness with productivity, innovation, and leadership need to be delved deeper. Our third panel will focus on these aspects. To capture the perspective of Gen Z in three critical domains of the contemporary world, technology, climate change, and wellness, we conducted a study. It gives us immense pleasure to present to you our brief report on Unveiling Tomorrow, Empowering Gen Z in a Changing World. We will release the report after the keynote address. The study captured the mindset of Gen Z by surveying 700 individuals. It captured the perspectives from the industry by engaging in interactions with 20 industry experts to get their insights. The initiatives set against the backdrop of our Brij Leadership Summit 2023 is very special to us. As we celebrate the birth centenary of Dr. Brij Munjal, we hope to continue his legacy by providing a direction to Gen Z generation as they navigate their way through ever-changing global landscape. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the research team. Their dynamism and effort helped in crafting the report. It has been a great learning experience for all of us. The report provides valuable insights into the attitude and behavior of Gen Z towards technology, climate change, and wellness. Let us delve into the insights of the report and the discussions in the summit to understand and empower Gen Z, and also help the corporate include these insights in strategy formulation.
So let's begin our day with enthusiasm, with curiosity, and with the shared understanding that today is not just about exploring Gen Z's world, but also about laying the foundations for a collaborative, sustainable, and inclusive future. Thank you, and let's embark on this illuminating journey together.
Thank you, Dr. Ritu and Dr. Sangeeta, for setting the context straight.
Now we would like to move ahead with the welcome address by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Shyam Menon. Professor Shyam Menon is a distinguished practitioner of institutional development and renewal at the higher education. He was professor at the University of Delhi in its Central Institute of Education for most of his academic career. He was the Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi during 2008 to 2018, in which capacity he led a team of scholars and professionals in building from its very inception. His work has mainly been in curricular studies, higher education, and teacher education. He edited the journal perspectives in education for many years. He has been on the advisory board of several reputed international journals. He is, at present, the chairman of the Commission for Reforms in Higher Education, constituted by the Government of Kerala. Since Professor Menon is not with us due to his personal exigency, he has kindly arranged to convey his thoughts through a video message.
Good morning. It's my privilege to welcome our esteemed guests, our alumni, my colleagues on the BMU faculty, and my students to the Brij Summit 2023. I am immensely happy and proud to address you today as one among the torchbearers of the legacy that our founder, Dr. Brij Munjal, has bequeathed us. We have gathered here for the Leadership Summit dedicated to the centenary birth anniversary of our visionary inspiration, after whom our university is named. We are not celebrating just a birth anniversary, we are celebrating a life dedicated to pioneering leadership, to vision, to purpose, and most important, to nurturing the next generation. The Brij Summit 2023 holds a significance that transcends our annual tradition. It's emblematic of the very values that our university stands for. Leadership is not about authority and power, it's about responsibility, nurturance and inspiration, and setting examples, upholding values. It's about lighting the way and leaving a legacy. Dr. BML Munjal was the very embodiment of these principles. His leadership journey became a roadmap for countless others, teaching us that with resilience, determination, and a vision, one can transform the world. This year, our summit turns its gaze upon Gen Z, a generation that stands at the crossroads of tremendous change. As the true digital natives, Gen Z is reshaping the narrative with their passion, their unique perspective, and their commitment to building a more equitable and sustainable world. As a university, it's our prerogative to understand, embrace, and mentor this dynamic generation, guiding them as they set forth to redefine leadership for the 21st century. The choices and challenges of Gen Z are different. In the phase of rapid technological advancements, a changing socio-economic landscape, and global challenges like climate change, they need the wisdom of the past and the tools for the future. This summit aims to bridge that gap. Through dialogue, interaction, and mentorship, we seek to inspire Gen Z with the legacy of leaders like Dr. Munjal, while equipping them with the skills and knowledge to lead in an ever-evolving world. As we delve into the discussions today, I urge every participant, every mentor, and every student to not just listen, but to engage, to question, to challenge, and to be inspired. Because it's through these dialogues that the leaders of tomorrow emerge. In closing, let's remember the words of our beloved founder, Dr. Brij Munjal. I quote, "Success is not a destination, it's a journey," unquote. As we embark on this journey of the Brij Summit 2023, let us honor his legacy by ensuring that this journey shapes, inspires, and nurtures the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you, and I look forward to an enlightening and engaging summit.
Thank you so much, sir, for your constant torch bearings. Now for the inaugural address, we would like to invite our very distinguished Chancellor, Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal. Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal is one of the founder promoters of the Hero Group, India's premier automotive manufacturing group that has evolved from being the world's largest bicycle maker to the world's largest two-wheeler maker. He chairs the board that runs the Doon School and sits on the boards of the IIM Ahmedabad, ISB, and SRCC. He has co-founded BML Munjal University. He has also served as president of the CII and IMA, been a member of Prime Minister's Council on Trade and Industry, and was on government task forces that prepared the ground for India's banking and insurance reforms, We are thankful for your video message, sir.
Greetings. The Leadership Summit at the BML Munjal University has been renamed this year the Brij Leadership Summit because this is the 100th anniversary of the birth of our founder, Dr. Brij Munjal, after whom this university itself is named. He was a unique bridge in just so many ways between the past and the present, between the artisans and the engineers, between the suppliers, the people working in the companies, and the dealers, between the product and the markets, between India and the global technological changes taking place. He bridged so many institutions that in his lifetime, he became a legend. It is only fair that in his 100th year, we recognize this by naming this Leadership Summit as the Brij Leadership Summit for 2023. Thank you all very much for coming in for this unique event. This is the fourth in the series. Each time, the theme that has been chosen is something that is relevant, topical, and critical for that point in time. This time, we shall look at, talk about, and try and find solutions for Gen Z. What are the issues that face them? What are the challenges that the future will bring for them? And what can we, as academics, as industry leaders, as civil and civic leaders, offer them as pointers as they go about picking their future, making their choices, and building a planet which will be our future as well. Because they are going to be the key players, I think it is important that we do not only sermonize to them, but we also listen to their issues. We listen to what their concerns are. And in the 3 sessions, we will have experts talk about these issues coming at them from different perspectives. One of the unique attributes of BMU has always been its approach that is multidimensional, that is interdisciplinary, and that is experiential and practical. Our belief is that any time you take an approach that is experiential and practical, the outcomes are likely to be better than they would be otherwise. And so it will be, I believe, with the Leadership Summit this year. This is going to be a unique summit because we are in the middle of such dramatic changes taking place. A lot of it brought about by technology, and some brought about by social changes taking place in the world. The geopolitics in the world is changing. The business environment in the world is changing. Economies themselves are pulling back from what was the norm of globalization, and each one, in each nation, in each geography, the leaders are talking about themselves, their nations, their people, and the jobs and the economies as their first main concern before they look beyond themselves and look at the global community of nations. Which in a way is sad because most of us have benefited tremendously as countries and economies from the globalization that brought about a unique connection across countries. We as India and we as Indians were one of the big beneficiaries of this. So for us, it is in some sense a sad shift back, but for us at the same time, it is also a unique opportunity. Because of the geopolitics around some of the countries like China and Russia, India is now uniquely positioned to be a key beneficiary of the shift that is taking place, especially in industrialization, in moving jobs, manufacturing, and services across geographies. India has and must position itself as the key recipient of those to become an integral part of the global value chain. And we can not only become a substitute, we can actually become a better option because of the innovative mind that Indians have shown, because of the ability to work at a completely different price line from which the world has worked at, and to be able to do this with the same or even higher efficiency. So I believe in the coming times, India will not only provide new products and services, India will also provide new business models to the rest of the world. We are seeing many, many signs around us of amazing innovations taking place in some early stage companies and some not so early stage companies. Both have shown innovation, both have shown the ability to reach out and compete with the best in the world. Whether it's landing on the dark side of the moon in the South Pole, which is a unique achievement that Indian scientists have shown, or it's our telecom companies reaching across the globe, our steel companies producing steel at prices which nobody had imagined. There are just so many things happening today in India. And I also want to specially highlight what is happening in the world of startups, because I do believe this will give us one leg up as India moves forward. The innovation brought up by the startups, most of them set up by the young and a few by not so young entrepreneurs, are worthy of note because they have stood out across the globe as those who have provided unique product and services to benefit felt needs, or sometimes even when we were not aware that the need existed. And I do believe that a conversation such as the one we are having today between academics, scientists, researchers, and practitioners is the right combination for us to move this forward, to figure out how do these innovations become practical applications to improve the quality of life, not just of all Indians, but also benefit the quality of life of all citizens of the world. Thank you very much and enjoy the day.
Thank you, sir. Every time you address us, you leave us with food for thought, and we absolutely look forward to it. With all my due respect, I would now like to invite the keynote speaker for today's summit, Mr. Siddharth Shah. Mr. Shah is the co-founder, managing director, and CEO of API Holdings Limited, the parent company of Farm Easy, a prominent figure in India's digital healthcare sector. He holds a bachelor's degree in computer science engineering from DJ Sanghvi College, Mumbai, and a PGDM from the prestigious Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Mr. Shah's vision of simplifying healthcare, impacting lives, drove him to create India's first digital healthcare platform through API Holdings, a dream he pursued over a decade. He has been recognized with honors like Fortune India 40 Under 40 and the Economic Times 40 Under 40 in 2021. In addition to being the youngest recipient of IIM Ahmedabad Alumni Achievers Award. With this, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Shah to address the audience. We welcome you, sir.
Hello. Hi. Good morning to all of you. I have, in a lot of ways, just tried to put forth some points because I'm not very used to being on this side of the table. I'm much more used to being on the other side of the table. To a lot of you, I was also one of the students, like a lot of you not very far back. Just to take a quick poll, how many of you are from the MBA program, first and second year put together? Can I get a show of hands? Oh, most of you. How many of you have been told to sit here by PlaceCom? कि नहीं बैठोगे तो आगे जाके प्रॉब्लम होगा. I believe a lot of you. I understand. I empathize with a lot of you. हमें भी MBA के टाइम ये सब बोला जाता था कि बैठो स्पीकर आने वाले हैं सुनना पड़ेगा. So I'll try and not bore you guys as much as I can. I don't have any wisdom, very honestly. I am far too young to give all of you any wisdom. All of you are Gen Z, all of you are the people why a company like Pharmeasy succeeds. We would have never thought 10 years back that a small college project, right? So what I have done today at Pharmeasy was actually a college project, and I'm not making this up. It was actually my final year college project at IIM Ahmedabad. I thought I was unfit to take up a job, so I opted out of the placements process. My professor told me कि ये जो project है काफ़ी अच्छा है, so company बना दो. So while I was in the second year, sitting like a student like one of you, I incorporated a company before I graduated. And I think because of the phenomenal hard work of 14,000 team members of Pharmeasy and the grace of God, we are here, right? So I hope if I can, at the end of this small sharing of my journey and experience, after 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, if I can inspire, or if I can get some of you to feel a little more inspired to do something about entrepreneurship, do something about your life, I think that's a job well done, right? And maybe your half an hour will be well spent. Any of you who feels bored can feel free to walk away. I'm sure आपके CV points नहीं काटे जाएंगे. Anyone who wants to use the phone, feel free to do so. Like I said, I don't have a presentation, I don't have a lot of gyan, but I do believe that people like you, which is the Gen Z, is responsible for what India is today, right? Like I said, when I did the Pharmeasy project, it was to launch India's first online pharmacy in 2012. At that time, I did not know that I'll actually get 40 million app downloads and so many consumers and hundreds and thousands of retailers buying medicines from us and making us the largest digital healthcare platform in India. And it's only happened because of one reason. It's not happened because of my parents or your parents or, you know, generations above me. It's happened because of the generations of people like you. Every single unicorn, every single startup is going after you guys, right? And I think today in the entire day, you will hear a lot about what to do to succeed, what are the problems, how to do. But I think what I want to share is that the most important thing in any success is going to be failure, right? And I'm going to use my next 15-20 minutes to actually talk to you about the 3 biggest failures of my life and how the 3 biggest failures of my life, when I looked at them, actually felt like earth-shattering, devastating, right? That it felt like it was the end of my world. But how each of those failures actually, now when I look backwards, formed a very critical stone for my success. And maybe if the organizers will allow, maybe I'll use the last 8-10 minutes to answer any questions that you guys might have, right? Because I think, Mr. Munjal said, right, it's not just about coming and giving sermons. It's also about listening to you guys, right? So I think if I have to come here and really add value to you guys, it'll only be if I can listen to you guys and give you guys some answers. So let me first start by saying that, you have to learn to celebrate, accept, and internalize failure, right? And let me start with the first one. When I was young, I had big ambitions and big dream about becoming a race car driver, right? Again, with a show of hands, how many of you, when you were young, wanted to be like a sportsman, a rock star, an actor, and how many of you really wanted to follow that dream and pursued, right? I did not want to be a businessman. I did not want to be a startup entrepreneur. I did not want to be, studying. I wanted to be a race car driver, right? How many of you wanted to be something like that, right? Cricketer, actor, footballer. That's it? Yeah, 20-30%? Yeah, बहुत पढ़ाकू class है तुम लोगों का. People really wanted to study and do something in life. At least I wanted to be a race car driver. My parents were very, very supportive, and they allowed me to follow my passion. And I was lucky enough to become a national level go-karting champion when I was just in my 7th grade, right? So when I was 12 years old, I was Indian national go-karting champion in the junior category until the age of 15. For 3 years in a row, I became an Indian level national karting champion. And very honestly, I thought after my 10th or 12th grade, I will actually give up my academics and truly follow a career in motorsports. I really thought that I was going to live my life, follow my dreams, follow my passion. But then, on one fateful night, in one of the races, I had a nice car crash. I broke 6 bones in my right ankle, and that was the end of my racing career. Right? So it seemed like I had everything going for me. And if some of you will Google, if you will Google Siddharth Shah farm easy, you will find a lot of things, but if you will actually Google Siddharth Shah go-karting, you will find even more articles. I was supposedly the hot new sensation in the Indian racing scene. I thought maybe I'll be the next Naren Karthikeyan, I'll represent India in Formula 1. But all my dreams came crashing down. And to give you an example of how unmotivated I was about studying, in my first year of engineering, in my Maths 2 exam in SEM 2, I got 40 out of 100, which was the passing marks in Mumbai University. And in another paper, mechanical drawing and engineering drawing, I got 34 out of 100, which was not even passing marks, but I got 6 grace marks because in SEM 1 and in SEM 2 in all the other papers, I got distinction. So Mumbai University had a clause that if you get 6 papers where you get a first class, you can get up to 6 grace marks. So here is a student standing in front of you who few years later went to IIM Ahmedabad, scored 99.83 in his CAT, topped all the other exams, but was a guy who got 34 out of 100 in his engineering drawing exams and 40 out of 100 in maths. And the reason for that was very simple, because I thought my dream about racing was crashing down. I thought कि दुनिया में कुछ करने लायक है ही नहीं, क्यों पढ़ूँ मैं, right? But today, if I look back, the entire basis of my career, the idea of pharmacy came at IIM Ahmedabad. I went to IIM Ahmedabad because I thought that अब अगर मैं रेसर नहीं बन सकता तो चलो मैं पढ़ लूँगा, कुछ कर लूँगा. And it was that failure in racing that perhaps set me up for this. And who knows, God willing, someday I'll have enough money कि मैं Formula 1 driver नहीं बनूँगा, शायद Formula 1 का team खरीद लूँ. Right? So my love for Formula 1 will still not go away. But the point is not about my dream and my passion, but the point is that when it seemed like the world was crashing down, even today, right, my right ankle is not perfect. Even today, because of my right ankle, my right knee is not perfect. Right? But a national level go-karting champion having a car crash, seeing the end of his career, feeling कि पढ़ाई में कुछ लिखा नहीं है, passing with grace marks, actually use that as a catapult to come ahead in life. And I think that happened only because of one reason. And that one reason is passion. Right? So the first lesson I want all of you to take home is that passion can discount anything and everything that you want in life. A passionate racer can become a passionate student can become a passionate entrepreneur. You should have the fire in the belly, जोश होना चाहिए. Right? But if you have passion, I can tell all of you that the opportunities that you guys have is going to be 100x more. And if a person like me, I don't know यहाँ से आप में से कितने लोगों को KT लगा था engineering में या BCom में या BMS में, right? 34 out of 100 is not passing marks. I passed with grace marks. But I still am standing here in front of you after having gone to IIM Ahmedabad, after becoming and winning elections at IIM Ahmedabad, after going to Goldman Sachs in the placement season. I'm standing here in front of you saying that if I can do it, so can you guys. But the most important thing counts at that time is your passion. Now I'll come to the second big mistake that I did in life. Yeah, IIM Ahmedabad से pass हो गया, project बना लिया, company शुरू कर दी. Right? At that time, half my batch thought that I was a genius and half my batch thought I was a fool, but they were even happier. And I'll tell you why. Because I was amongst the first few students to get picked up in my summer internship program. So I was all of 21 when I went to IIM Ahmedabad. At 22, I got picked up by Goldman Sachs for the summer internship program. And I opted out of the placements process. So half the people thought कि यार क्या genius है, Goldman की नौकरी को ठुकरा दिया. And the other half thought कि चलो अच्छा है, चलो Goldman का सीट अभी हमको मिलेगा, क्योंकि ये आदमी PPO तो नहीं लेके जाएगा. Right? But taking that risk, starting dialhealth.com, it felt like I was, like I was on top of the world. But what is pharmacy today was not pharmacy in 2012. It was a company called as dialhealth.com. We had a phone number 4000 right? तभी I don't know how many of you remember, but in 2010-12 just dial करके company होता था. It was very famous. It had that phone number 8888888888, right? तो हमको लगा कि यार इतना महंगा तो हमारे पास फ़ोन नंबर लेने का औकात नहीं है. तो 3 लाख रुपए में हमको नंबर मिला 4000 तो we thought कि people can come to dialhealth.com or people can come to this phone number and order a medicine, request a doctor and do everything. थोड़े टाइम में पता चला कि कस्टमर तो बहुत आ रहे हैं बट हमारे पास सप्लाईज नहीं थी, राइट? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू फेस्ड अ प्रॉब्लम दैट डॉक्टर राइट्स अ प्रिस्क्रिप्शन, डॉक्टर ने 10 ब्रांड लिखी है, यू गो टू अ केमिस्ट एंड यू डोंट गेट ऑल द 10 मेडिसिन, या केमिस्ट बोलेगा कि मुझे कोई और ब्रांड मिलेगी, कुछ ये है कुछ वो है, राइट? एटलीस्ट आई हैव फेस्ड दैट प्रॉब्लम. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू फेस्ड अ प्रॉब्लम? मोस्ट ऑफ यू. डू यू नो व्हाई दैट इज? द प्रॉब्लम इज नॉट कि केमिस्ट को आपको दवाई नहीं देनी है या डॉक्टर को कुछ और लिखना है. प्रॉब्लम इज कि इंडिया में वी हैव अ मार्केट ऑफ ब्रांडेड जेनेरिक्स, विच मीन्स पैरासिटामोल क्रोसिन के नाम से भी बिक सकती है, डीकोल्ड के नाम से भी बिक सकती है, हंड्रेड्स ऑफ ब्रांड नेम्स के नाम पे बिक सकती है, डोलो के नाम पे भी बिक सकती है. बट द एवरेज साइज ऑफ आवर केमिस्ट इज ओनली 500 स्क्वायर फीट. 500 फीट की दुकान में कोई आदमी 5000 से ऊपर दवाई रख ही नहीं सकता, और मार्केट में है 2 लाख दवाई, कैसे आपको मिलेगी? अब ये व्हेन आई टेल यू दिस इट सीम्स लाइक सच अ बेसिक थिंग, बट मेरे में शायद उतनी अक्ल थी नहीं तभी 2012 में कि हमने वेबसाइट पर तो सब कुछ रख दिया कि आपको जो दवाई चाहिए मिल जाएगी. और तभी वी यूज्ड टू एग्रीगेट द ऑर्डर्स एंड गो टू अ केमिस्ट. वी वेंट टू अ केमिस्ट, केमिस्ट के पास दवाई होती नहीं थी और कस्टमर गाली हमें देता था कि मैंने तो डायल हेल्थ पे ऑर्डर डाल दिया, मुझे दवाई क्यों नहीं मिली. इट इज़ लाइक यू गो टू Amazon टुडे, यू प्लेस एन ऑर्डर फॉर अ बुक, यू एक्सपेक्ट दैट Amazon विल डू वॉट एवर इट टेक्स एंड गेट यू द बुक. If Amazon says, sir, sorry, मेरे पास बुक नहीं है, then you will be like, boss, तो फिर मेरा ऑर्डर लिया क्यों? And what happened is actually dialhealth.com shut down. So what started as a phenomenal success, in 6 months it shut down. Because ऑर्डर आ रहे थे, हमारे पास सप्लाई की कैपेबिलिटी नहीं थी. And because of this shutdown, at that time in 2012, there was no VC or PE willing to back us. Right? And there was only one VC or PE which was willing to back me, which is my father. Right? A lot of people call him visionary and courageous. I call him a fool. Because as and when I have children, and if my children ask me कि घर गिरवी रख के पैसा दे दो, मैं शायद पैसा नहीं दूंगा, मैं बोलूँगा भाई इतना भी तुम पे कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है मुझे. But my father somehow had the confidence to mortgage our home, mortgage his hospital, mortgage 50 years of his work, and put 94%. So the maximum loan allowed on your property is 94%. So my father took 94% loan against his hospital and our property and gave all that money to me कि आप जाकर के चलो दोबारा शुरू करो कुछ. तो मैंने सोचा चलो अभी प्रॉब्लम क्या था कि ऑर्डर आ रहे थे, दुकानों में प्रॉब्लम था, तो मैंने सोचा हम खुद दुकान डाल देते हैं. So I opened up 15 retail pharmacies in Mumbai by the name of Dial Health Medical. मुझे लगा कि पहली दुकान नहीं हुई तो दूसरे में करूँगा, दूसरी नहीं हुई तो तीसरे में करूँगा. And again that business flourished for the first 3 months. And then it became an even larger failure. For a simple reason. You know, we all think कि अगर 15 दुकान डाली, हर दुकान में 5000 मेडिसिन, टोटल 75,000 मेडिसिन मिल जाएंगी मुझे out of 2 lakh. But we all forget कि you cannot keep 5,000 different medicines in different stores. हर दुकान में क्रोसिन तो रखनी पड़ेगी, हर दुकान में ऑगमेंटिन तो रखनी पड़ेगी. You can only keep 1000 different SKUs. So rather than creating a solution to the problem, we compounded the problem. Every store became a failure. And now not only had I burnt my money in dialhealth.com, I had even burnt through my father's money in opening up 15 retail stores. But with this experience we realized कि यार अगर ये दुकान का प्रॉब्लम है, ऑनलाइन का प्रॉब्लम है, when will we get a solution? The solution is, which lot of you are learning in operations management, just in time supplies. At least warehouse में, distributor में, कहीं पे किसी के पास तो सारी दवाइयाँ होनी चाहिए. कि अगर पेशेंट को चाहिए तो केमिस्ट के पास नहीं है, केमिस्ट को नहीं है तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के पास से आ जानी चाहिए. So he said, now we will create a distribution network. And I literally think we got third time lucky. We created a distribution network in Mumbai where we said we will buy medicines from all the pharma companies. सारी दुकानों को सप्लाई हम हमारी दुकान बंद कर देंगे, but we will now supply medicines to retailers. And we went to retailers ki typically if you go to any retailer, एक pharmacy, every distributor will come once a week, right? So Cipla का distributor Monday को आएगा, Sun Pharma का Tuesday को आएगा, Abbott का Wednesday को आएगा. We said, sir, आपको जो भी product चाहिए हम आपको 4 घंटे में ला करके दे देंगे. And this business became a phenomenal success, and this business was called Ascent Health and Wellness. And Ascent Health actually became a pharmaceutical distributor. And in 2 years' time, from 2014 to 2015, became the second largest pharmaceutical distributor in Mumbai. And it was actually on the back of this success कि अभी हमें पता था कि फार्मा कंपनी से गुड्स लेने हैं, वेयरहाउस में रखने हैं और जाकर के रिटेलर को देने हैं. It is on the back of this success that we relaunched Dial Health in 2015 as Pharmeasy. Saying कि अभी now our model is complete. अगर कोई कस्टमर ऑर्डर देगा तो हम केमिस्ट के पास जाएंगे. केमिस्ट के पास अगर दवाई नहीं है तो हमारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन वेयरहाउस से केमिस्ट तक डिलीवर करेंगे और फिर केमिस्ट के वहाँ से वापस कस्टमर को दवाई चली जाएगी. And this entire loop will be completed in a few hours time. So when you read about the success of Pharmeasy, or when you read online, all the papers, they will only romanticize the success. What will they say? Pharmeasy was started by Siddharth Shah, Dharmil Sheth, Dhaval Shah, Harsh Parekh and Hardik Dedia in 2015. In a span of 6 years, they became a unicorn. In a span of 7 years, they were going to do an IPO. Nobody writes about the failures that I had from 2012 to 2015. Nobody wants to acknowledge कि बॉस 2012 से 2015 ये आदमी इतना बड़ा फेलियर था कि 2 वेंचर फेल हो गए. एंड अगर देसी भाषा में कहूँ तो अपने बाप का घर बिकवाने वाला था, बाप का घर भी उठ गया था. राइट? बट फ्रॉम देयर, from a family whose 94% net worth was invested in one venture, my co-founders, Hardik, not only did he mortgage his home, Hardik's dada also mortgaged his home to give us money because nobody was willing to believe in us. So from a person whose home was going to go, whose co-founders' parents' home was going to go, our first office was given by Dharmil's father. हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था, ना ऑफिस के लिए पैसे थे, ना धंधे के लिए पैसे थे. But our family stood behind us like a rock. And from there, to become a founder of a company which is today a unicorn, I can only say one more thing, that these failures, the failure of realizing what does not work in digital, the failure of realizing what does not work in retail, and the combination of warehousing and digital aggregation becoming the leading player in the country has what has worked for us. It is the failure that set us up with the right model. Because today, if you look at our numbers, we today buy, if not the largest, amongst the largest medicine buyers in the country after the government of India. Out of 7 lakh chemists in India, more than 1.5 lakh chemists buy medicines from us. And without owning a single store, we are the largest digital platform in India, because even today, the model that we failed and perfected in 2015 is working in 2023. So for example, if any one of you today orders a medicine on Pharmeasy, from our big warehouse in Gurgaon, the medicine will come to the nearest retailer next to your university. A delivery boy will pick up from that retailer and give it to you. And today this model of hub and spoke, the model that seems so simplistic, the model which has propelled us to this number 1 position actually happened because of the failure of the person standing in front of you in terms of the model and doing that. And the only thing I can tell you is that at that time, what mattered for us is our perseverance. Our perseverance that we will never let go. And to be honest, हमारे पास कोई option ही नहीं था. अगर तीसरी बार fail हो जाता तो सच में घर बिक जाता. But it is that failure in the early days where when we started Pharmeasy, we were the 8th largest online pharmacy in the country. And today we are larger than the next 3 put together in terms of scale. Right? So from number 8 to being larger than the number 2, 3 and 4 as a digital healthcare platform, again, only and only comes because you will need to see failure in your life and you will need to learn and celebrate and look from there. And the last thing I want to say, that apart from passion and perseverance, the third thing which counts very, very critically is your ability to pivot. Right? हमें life में 2 ही चीज़ सिखाई जाती है. Right? That either you fight, that if you don't like something you fight, which is perseverance. Right? Or along with perseverance you have your passion. या अगर नहीं पता है तो quit. But I think there is a third thing which is very important, which is about learning to pivot. And learning to pivot comes with a lot of insight, and that insight can only be attributed to your luck and your hard work. Right? And I'll end with just two last examples. When we started Ascent Health and all of this success came about, for a family who had put so much money, we had a term sheet from a certain investor willing to invest money with us at a 50 crore valuation. And तभी हमारे लिए 50 crore was like कि बस मतलब माँ बाप ने जितना 7 जन्मों में नहीं कमाया उतना एक साथ अपने को वैल्यू मिल रहा था. And after doing diligence for 6 months, that term sheet broke away. And we thought, okay, this is the end of the world. But because it broke away, we got a chance to launch Pharmeasy again. And in 6 months from there, Ascent Health plus Pharmeasy. So aaj bhi, somebody started by saying Siddharth Shah is the founder and CEO of API Holdings. API Holdings is nothing but an acronym for Ascent and Pharmeasy for India. Right? A for Ascent, P for Pharmeasy, and I for India. That is how API Holdings has come about. But this creation of or failure of Ascent and forming of API actually led us to then within 6 months get our first investor actually 3x of that value. Right? Or a similar example, when we wanted to enter diagnostics, we were actually going after a certain small diagnostics player in the country. It is because that diagnostics player told us, sir, हम नहीं कर सकते आपके साथ deal after 6 months of engagement. And somebody told us कि Siddharth, you know what, आपके पास Thyrocare available है, which was frankly larger than our appetite, larger than our size, larger than our scale. But we got an opportunity to do that. And all of these things, once again, comes only and only and only when you are ready to embrace failure, ready to embrace that and say, okay, I will rely on my passion, I will rely on my perseverance, and I'll rely on my ability to pivot, which is make changes at the right time. But all the same, I also want to tell you one more thing. Failures, agar karte ho, to at least try and ensure that you don't make the same mistakes again and again and again. Right? Life is all not about, hey, you know what, there was a failure, I learned from it and I moved on. Sometimes you don't learn from failures. And that can also cost you heavily. And again, I'll give my own example. I told you कि हमने वो 2013-14 में, when my father and my co-founder's father gave us the office and the other co-founder's grandfather mortgaged his home and took a loan. When we got the next investment, we repaid the loan and we realized कि life में अगर एक चीज़ सीखनी चाहिए is that never take a loan. Right? But I think when you become successful, sometimes success goes to your head and you forget your own principles. Right? And I think we did that mistake of taking a loan once again in our company in 2021. Now you can say, hey, you know what, you took that loan, it was a good thing, it was a good decision. Had our IPO happened in 2022, it would have been a great thing. I still remember 7th November 2021, we filed our DRHP. 17th February 2022, we got approval for our IPO from SEBI. In 4 days, Russia bombed Ukraine. And no company has been able to IPO ever since in the tech sector or as a startup. अब हमने लोन लिया था ये सोच के कि IPO आएगा तो चुका देंगे. Our only objective for doing an IPO was to be able to repay the loan. And with all that you guys have read, all that we have done, in spite of now becoming a profitable company, we've had to see so many trials and tribulations, so many judgments over the last 1 year, only because of one reason. And that reason was because we had a loan on our head. Right? So I also want to tell you कि failure से आप एक बार सीख पाओगे, दूसरी बार fail करोगे तो शायद मर भी जाओगे. But maybe you'll again get third time lucky like we've become. And today, I'll still on a positive note, that in spite of all the problems, all the failures, all the learnings, right? If you continue to work hard with passion, perseverance, and pivot and learn from those failures, there will always be light at the end of the tunnel. Even though we could not go public in 2022, I am very happy to share with all of you that our company API Holdings is undertaking the largest ever offering of securities today in a public company. As we speak right now, a 3,500 crore rights issue is underway. It is larger than any IPO undertaken in this calendar year by any company. The largest IPO undertaken, if I'm not mistaken, is by a certain company of 2,200 crores. Obviously, people have done QIPs and institutional placements, but to 20,000 shareholders, a rights offering of 3,500 crores is underway. And hopefully, on the back of our performance, on the back of the fact that we've now turned profitable as a company with more than 7,000 crores of revenue, our IPO of 3,500 crores will get fully subscribed. And once again, with the lessons of failure, our company will come back shining brighter than ever. And if anything, hopefully through these last 20 minutes, I've been able to give you enough examples of near-death experiences and failures. But all of those have only propelled us to go ahead and go better. And as a Gen Z, as this platform, as this gathering over here, I know everybody will come and share with you success stories, but please remember that if a certain Siddharth Shah, born in a small suburb of Ghatkopar in Mumbai, can come ahead after so many failures in his personal and professional life, and all his co-founders and all his families can come here, and in 10 years' time can come from being on that side of the table to this side of the table, every single one of you can do that in your life. So I wish you all the very best for everything that you have to do in the future, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I don't know if you guys had planned a Q&A, but I just think that, I've done enough of sermonizing and enough of sharing my experiences. If you guys have any questions, feel free. No questions is off limits. Personal, professional, please feel free. If nothing, I'm very happy to conclude, and we'll continue with the session. And if you don't even need a mic, you can just stand up and ask in case. All good? You guys don't want to know कि startup world में क्या हो रहा है, down rounds होंगे कि नहीं, कंपनियां फटेगी कि नहीं, पेपर में पढ़ते हैं वो सच है, झूठ है, किसी को कुछ जानना नहीं है?
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
Mukul this side. Sir,
Hi.
I have one question. You failed many times. Gen Z, we are facing a lot of anxiety in that days. After a single failure, we demotivate ourselves. So, sir, how you motivate yourself, and how we motivate ourselves to pursuing our dreams? This is my question, sir.
I think दो ही चीज़ है यार. You need to have a great set of friends, and you need to have a family that supports you. There is nothing else. And when I mean by friends, I mean virtual world ठीक है, but in the physical world. I'll give you a little example, and it may seem too close for comfort, but the co-founders that I have in my company, I'll just tell you how well I know them. My first co-founder, Dharmil and I have been adjacent roll numbers. So I don't ask me यहाँ से कितने लोग महाराष्ट्र बोर्ड से हो, right? So by the way, I did not study in some fancy school. I was in Parameshwari Devi Gordhan Das Garodia English High School in Ghatkopar. Okay, I did not come from very fancy school. और मेरी स्कूल में महाराष्ट्र बोर्ड में था तो सरनेम मतलब रोल नंबर सरनेम के हिसाब से होते थे. तो आई वॉज शाह SH शाह सिद्धार्थ, और अगला सरनेम था, अगला रोल नंबर था शेठ धर्मिल. तो फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड से धर्मिल और मैं आजू बाजू के रोल नंबर थे. सो वी यूज्ड टू सिट ऑन द सेम बेंच, एंड वी आर सो क्लोज कि जब धर्मिल की शादी हुई, राइट, सम ऑफ यू इफ एज एन व्हेन यू गेट मैरिड थ्रू हिंदू रिचुअल्स, यू विल नो दैट देयर इज अ concept of an anwar, which is a best man. So Dharmil ke shaadi mein I was the best man. We are this close, we are like brothers. And Dharmil is my first co-founder with me. The second co-founder that I have with me is a guy called Dhaval. Dhaval is also a Gujarati. By the way, all the 5 co-founders are Gujarati Jains from Ghatkopar, right? तो हम वही suburb के सब लड़के, right? We've come from a very small suburb in Mumbai. The second guy, Dhaval, he was a roll number ahead of me, Shah Dhaval. तो 11th-12th में हम लोग रुइया में साथ में थे, राइट. सो एक मेरे आगे का रोल नंबर, धर्मिल मेरे पीछे का रोल नंबर, वो मेरा दूसरा को फाउंडर है. तीसरा को फाउंडर हार्दिक, वो और मैं हम लोग इंजीनियरिंग में साथ में थे. एंड चौथा को फाउंडर हर्ष, ही यूज्ड टू स्टे इन धर्मिल्स बिल्डिंग एंड वाज माय सीनियर इन डीजे संघवी. सो एवरी सिंगल पर्सन हु इज विथ मी इन बिजनेस टुडे, और एवरी सिंगल दैट इज टुगेदर इन बिजनेस टुडे, वी हैव ऑल नोन ईच अदर सिंस वी वर किड्स, इवन टुडे, एंड आई एम वेरी प्राउड ऑफ द फैक्ट, राइट. All of us still today stay in the same home that we used to stay 10 years back. We still stay with our parents very, very proudly. Every single one of us. I stay with my parents, Dharmil stays with his parents, Dhaval stays with his parents. Even today, my सैलरी अकाउंट या सेविंग्स अकाउंट इज अ जॉइंट अकाउंट विद माई मदर, जहाँ पे मम्मी की साइन चलती है. अगर मुझे पैसे चाहिए तो मम्मी से पैसे मांगने पड़ते हैं, मम्मी थोड़े पैसे चाहिए. एंड आई एम वेरी प्राउड ऑफ माई रूट्स, 100% प्राउड ऑफ माई रूट्स. राइट, एंड दोज रूट्स आई कैन टेल यू, राइट. एंड सबको लगता होगा कि यार वाई इज इज नेसेसरी, बिकॉज विदाउट दोज रूट्स in today's time you will not be able to overcome failure. I can tell you, I have seen the heights of success when we were filing the IPO in 2021, when every person who's a somebody in this country was calling me, "Is that figure a way for us to get a part of your IPO?" Those very same people, when I needed to get some solutions done, when Russia bombed Ukraine and all the IPO stopped, were not willing to recognize me. And you will truly find that in those times, it is your family and friends who will stick by you. And today, I am really grateful that there is one such person who had backed us in 2015, which was Ranjan Pai, who he put money in our Series A round. He put money in our Series C round. It is the old relationships and the old person who's again coming and saying, hey, I will lead this round. And on the back of that, we have a 3,500 crore rights issue coming, where now every single investor, every single sovereign wealth fund, partners from Singapore to Abu Dhabi to US are now coming back and partnering with us. So you will find that in your life there are partners who are good friends, who are bad friends, who are fair weather friends, but your family will stick by you. For my family, for my parents, I was the same Siddharth when I was in college. I was the same Siddharth that they had no hesitation in mortgaging the house and giving me money. And I'm the same Siddharth who is the founder of a multi-billion-dollar company. So I will only say one thing, that the only reason why I am successful, and again, please don't think that all of the success that I have had is because I am me. It is because of my co-founders, because of my team, because of my parents, right? You know, there is a very famous story. Today, the skill sets that I have may appear to be phenomenal, but there is no reason to feel proud. There is no reason to get pompous. There is no reason to feel arrogant. आज से सिर्फ 200-300 साल पहले किसी आदमी को अगर कोडिंग आता ना, तो उसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं होती. तभी वैल्यू होती ऑफ अ पर्सन जिसको इंडस्ट्रीज बनानी आती, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर शायद होता, या यू नो स्टील से कुछ फोर्जरी कर सकता. मे बी 700 साल पहले देयर वाज अ वैल्यू फॉर अ पर्सन हु न्यू हाउ टू डू एग्रीकल्चर. Maybe 2,000 years ago, there was a value of a person who was strong and who could fight wild animals. Yeah, I don't think I can fight wild animals. Right? I would be at the bottom of the pyramid and somebody else would be at the top. It just so happens that in millions of years of our world's existence and thousands of years of humanity's existence, that at this point in time, the skill set that I have is valuable. That does not give me the right to be arrogant. That does not give me the right to feel that, hey, my success is because of my hard work. अगर मैं दिन में 15 घंटे काम करता हूँ, तो मेरा ड्राइवर एक्चुअली 17 घंटे काम करता है, बिकॉज ही लीव्स 1 hour earlier from his home, comes, drives with me the whole day, and after I am done, he still goes home one hour later. So I have no reason to say कि I am here because of my hard work. Yes, I am working hard, but मेरा ड्राइवर मेरे से भी ज़्यादा मेहनत करता है. But unfortunately, उसकी skill set की उतनी value नहीं है जितनी मेरी है, and that gives me no right to be arrogant today. And if you remember this, that your family, your friends, your people around you contribute to your success and it is not you, I think you will feel that you owe it to them to never feel dejected and continue to work hard. So I would say, sorry if it seemed like a sermon, but it is your friends and family which will take you ahead in life and nothing else.
Hello sir, good morning. My name is Akhand Pratap Singh. Sir, actually, in...
By the way, you can call me Siddharth, I am not sorry.
It's okay, sir. In 2017, I started a small business like delivering medicines and healthcare services in Kanpur. Sir, the same model which you followed initially in 2012, I followed the same, like delivering from the chemist shop to the local people. But sir, the problem was the availability of delivery man and the time duration. So we run 3 to 4 months only, and then we shut down. But sir, looking back, like you started doing warehousing and maintaining inventory. So initially we can't afford the inventory, sir. So we thought to increase the delivery persons, but it doesn't be affordable also, sir, like 2 to 3 delivery person in a in a city is more than sufficient. So, sir, how can we increase on that pace when we don't have funds, we don't have any support, and like I think by introducing more delivery boy will be more easier by investing in inventory, because there is a risk also, sir. So how can to overcome that?
I think your question has two parts. First is on the specific model. So I don't think it's right for me right now to comment on the specific model because we have a larger audience, but I'll answer it more philosophically. At every time you will face a question on should I, मतलब अगर मेरे पास मान लो 5,000 करोड़ होते तो मैं सब कुछ करता, मैं दुकान भी डालता, मैं वेयर हाउस भी करता, मैं डिलीवरी भी करता, मैं सब कुछ करता, बट अब है नहीं. रिसोर्सेज आर फाइनाइट फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस. इट विल ऑलवेज बी अराउंड विच रिसोर्सेज गिव यू द मैक्सिमम bang for the buck. The only silver lining, or I would say a great silver lining, I wouldn't say only silver lining, the great silver lining that we all have today is that आज से 10 साल पहले VCP was not such a big thing, right? I mean in 2011 when I left or decided not to go ahead with Goldman and start up by myself, right? Again, Times of India wrote an article and you can check on Google that there is this crazy guy at IIM Ahmedabad who couldn't get a job but is deciding to become an entrepreneur. It was considered like, you know, somebody is mad, literally, मतलब कि इसका थोड़ा fuse ढीला है. Today, the sexiest thing I think that anybody can do is become an entrepreneur. Because our VCP system is so good that today on the basis of an idea, there are people who are willing to take a bet on you, willing to take a risk on you. People who will give you money. So I can only tell you one thing, that today if you have a great idea, you will find pools of capital. तभी हमारे पास pools of capital नहीं थे. Right? I had to request my parents कि अपना घर mortgage करके दो. And by the way, I would not recommend it to any of you. Please don't ask your parents to mortgage their house and give you money. मैं lucky था, बच गया, नहीं तो मैं घर बार बिना हो जाता. Today you don't have to take that risk. Today you will get people who will be in a position to give you money for you to start. Right? So I will only say that resources will always be finite. You will have to prioritize and think of what is the best way and what is the best ROI for you to do. But most importantly, for things like working capital, for inventory, etc., today you will find pools of capital who will take risks on you, right? So I would very strongly encourage all of you to work harder on your business plan, and in at least today's environment where access to institutional venture capital is much more prolific than when I was 10 years ago, I think your chances of success are much higher, and hopefully when you restart again with some better idea, I am sure you will get access to capital and be not a failure but a phenomenal success. So all the very best. Perfect. I think I should wrap up. I know there is a lot lined up for the day. So, so you have some, okay. Are we running out of time?
Good morning, sir. Myself, Abhishek Garg. Sir, my question is, how IIM Ahmedabad contributed in your entrepreneurship journey?
यार IIM अहमदाबाद को जितना क्रेडिट दूँ इतना कम है, राइट? मैंने तो आपसे शुरू में ही कहा था कि मेरा आइडिया ही was born as a project in IIM Ahmedabad. So there is a course called CINE, which is basically for promoting or like a workshop for entrepreneurship. It's taken by a very legendary professor whose name is Professor Anil Gupta. He's a Padma Shri awardee. He's known for frugal innovation across the world. So as part of that course, I had undertaken a project to launch India's first online pharmacy. And it was his encouragement कि यार सिद्धार्थ ये प्रोजेक्ट इतना अच्छा है, तुम जॉब तो वैसे भी करने वाले नहीं हो, तो might as well इसको ही कर लो. So how can I ever repay the debt of an institution that actually gave me the idea to do the project that has led me over here, right? So anything else that I say will fall less, and I think my professors, especially Professor Gupta, my other directors, they all have a phenomenal role in my success, right? I would say it's a shame that I cannot give them equity, right? I think in a lot of ways they are entitled to that as well, but the very least I think that they can get is my indebtedness and gratitude till the day I die, right? So I think they have played a phenomenal role in my success, and I am what I am because of my institute. I think there's somebody at the back. You can, I mean, speak if your voice is loud, it's okay. You don't need a mic. I can hear you, yeah?
Using online pharmacy for not. Hello.
Yeah.
So I have heard that they are accusing online pharmacy for not selling drugs without prescription and all that. So what are your opinions?
Sorry?
on that? Hello.
Ha, please.
So recently I have heard that the chemist organization are requesting a ban on online pharmacies, and they want that they are accusing online pharmacy so that they are selling drugs without prescription and basically illegal stuff. So what are your opinion on that?
So I don't want to comment on a sub judice matter, right? These are matters which are being decided by court, but I can only tell you two things which you asked. Number one, try placing an order on pharmacy. You will not get a single medicine without a prescription, right? I, with all humility, I challenge anybody and everybody to try and get even one medicine on pharmacy without a prescription. And I think that is true for most leading pharmacies. Now the question is around regulations, right? And I think it's a very, maybe I'll take 2 minutes to explain, not just in the context of pharmacy, but in general. Most startups are new ideas and they're innovation. By definition, an innovation will precede legislation. Please pay attention to what I'm saying. I'm saying something which I think might be really helpful to all of you. By definition, innovation will precede legislation. जब तक उबर इन्वेंट नहीं होगा तब तक आप कैब एग्रीगेटर के लिए कानून कैसे बनाओगे? जब तक क्रेडिट कार्ड इन्वेंट नहीं होगा आप क्रेडिट कार्ड का कानून कैसे बनाओगे? जब तक ऑनलाइन पेमेंट शुरू नहीं होगा तब तक उसका कानून कैसे बनाओगे? The point is similarly till online pharmacies are created, how will you create a law for online pharmacies? So first with innovation and any new thing that you do, right? I mean, I create a new drug for, let's say, solving obesity. First I have to create that drug, then you will put it to trial, then FDA will come out with norms of do's and don'ts, right? But first I have to create something. So for any startup that you do or anything that you do which is innovative, first you will create it, then there will be a regulation around it. So e-pharmacies are not illegal, they are unregulated like it is the case with a lot of things. Now in the case of anything being unregulated, the laws which apply are the existing laws, which means कि अगर आज मैं unregulated हूँ तो देश में दवाई बेचने का कोई तो कानून है, and that कानून is with respect to sale of medicines from a physical pharmacy. तो जब तक e-pharmacy का कानून नहीं आता है, I have to comply with everything which a physical pharmacy requires, which is what we do by the way. Right? Medicines get stored in a warehouse which has FDA license. It goes to a retailer which has an FDA license. Sold by a retailer which has an FDA license, happens on the basis of a prescription. But all e-pharmacies, progressive ones such as ours, are now going to the government कि सर आप e-pharmacy के लिए भी specific कानून लेकर आइए. Because once that regulation comes in, whenever a regulation comes in, the good and the bad will get distinguished. So the so-called illegal online pharmacies that you are referring to, जहाँ पे बिना prescription दवाई मिलती है, हम भी नहीं चाहते ये हो. But जब तक e-pharmacy का कानून आएगा, तब दूध का दूध पानी का होगा. तब तक it is about a physical pharmacy, right? And we always say that just because somebody is doing bad doesn't mean we have to do bad, right? Today, all of us can go to a physical pharmacy, get a medicine without a prescription, get a medicine without a bill, get a bill without a medicine. It is not because they want to do wrong, but ठीक है, उनके कुछ constraints है. It doesn't mean I live with those constraints, right? I want to follow the law in letter and spirit. But as things evolve, times will evolve, things will go ahead, and these are the matters which are being today debated in the courts of India, not just for us, but in several sectors. But I do want to tell all of you that when you start with something, please go ahead with full force of your innovation. And I can tell you that in this country, in fact, we are blessed that our country is one of the first countries to promote a digital India, an inclusive India, where digitization is being used to bring access to affordable services and products across the length and breadth of the country, right? So you are today at a golden phase in a country which has a golden policy for promoting startups. So let's go ahead and do that. Thank you. Good guys, I think I've taken a lot of your time. Sorry.
I think yes, time up, but I think for the good of our students, just want to ask you one question. How does Farm Easy differentiate and innovate its offerings and operations in the e-pharmacy landscape, especially in the face of competition from established players like Netmix, 1mg, Apollo 24/7, and newcomers like Amazon Farm Easy
So,
Pharmacy?
look, I think the first thing is to realize ki, again, very importantly is my belief, not, matlab, only rocket science is rocket science, okay? We all keep talking of innovation. Innovation does not mean ki I have to create something very complex. I have to do something phenomenal. Or, I have to be a number one, or I have to be this scale or that scale. In India today, the entire pharmacy or healthcare market is $100 billion. If I become, for example, even $5 billion, which is 5% of that market, I am very happy. There are very few industries where you will naturally have only 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 players, right? And we learn about that in economics, that either there is a monopoly or there is an oligopoly. In most sectors in India, most SMEs, there are just so many players. I mean, आज इंडिया में 8 लाख केमिस्ट है, 10 लाख डॉक्टर है, शायद 1 लाख अस्पताल and nursing homes है. I want to be one amongst those and larger amongst them. Now it doesn't matter कि कोई मेरे से आगे चला गया, कोई मेरे से पीछे चला गया. For example, if let's say 1mg which is part of the Tata group or Netmix which is part of Reliance group, मान लीजिए कि वो लोग दोनों 10-10 बिलियन डॉलर के हो गए, as an example. मैं 5 बिलियन डॉलर पे रह गया. I am still 5 out of 100, maybe they are 20 out of 100. There is still 75 more for all of us to go ahead and become a part of. And this again comes back to the point which I was talking earlier, that either I can say, hey, you know what, I am very happy that I am 5 out of 100 and I will continue to work hard, or I can feel regretful that I am only 5 out of 100. I think one of the, again, very critical parts of feeling happy and feeling motivated is being hungry but also content at the same time, right? I am not in a race. अगर कल मुझे आप कहोगे कि सिद्धार्थ, you have to go and beat Reliance, भाई मैं नहीं beat कर सकता. It's a fact of life, right? But can I be big by myself? Yes, I can be big by myself, and I'm very happy. When I started in 2012, did I think कि मैं इतना बड़ा क्या, मैं जितना हूँ उसका 1/10 भी था? नहीं था. I've already surpassed what I had dreamt in 2012. Now either I can be happy and say, okay, I'll continue to grow from here, or say nahi, every day I'm in that rat race, right? So I think from our perspective, our competition is with ourselves and to see how big we can become. And the market is so big कि कोई हमसे बड़ा भी हो जाए तो हम उनसे सीखेंगे, कोई हमसे छोटा है तो भी हमसे उनसे सीखेंगे. But I think our focus is on ourselves and how we can grow from here. Perfect. Thank you all very much once again for having me. I hope that I was able to truly give you some insights through my experiences, and I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, wish all of you the very best for your future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Hearing from you was an absolute delight, and we find ourselves lucky enough to be under the same roof. I now request Dr. Ritu Chikara, Chair for the Summit, to present the token for appreciation. And I also request all the deans and Professor Jaskiran Arora, Professor Prateek Modi, and Mr. Shantanil, sir, Ms. Nigar, the research team comprising of Mr. Kamlakant Dash, Ms. Priyam, Mr. Karthik VC, and Ms. Arushi to be on stage.
Now it's time to present the report on Unveiling Tomorrow, Empowering Gen Z in a Changing World.
We are now moving ahead with panel 1. The topic on table for discussion is Gen Z and technology, users and creators. Gen Z, a generation who are digital natives, effectively integrate technology into every aspect of their existence, kindling interest in the ever-changing technological landscape and incorporating technology into their daily lives. Their use of digital technology is evolving. They converse, acquire knowledge, and indulge in experimenting while also honing their skills to contribute to the technological advancement. Gen Z demands specialized technological experiences which resonate with their tastes, driving the development of new products and services that are tailored to their unique needs and interests. So now, to kickstart the discussion, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists.
Our first panelist is Mr. Arun Matthew, Head Digital, Hero MotoCorp Limited. Mr. Matthews has spent 18 years in inspiring, motivating, and educating brands to communicate to right segment, acquire from prospects, and retain a customer by use of emerging digital technology and marketing. Currently as digital head at Hero MotoCorp Limited, he is improving how customers interact through digital touchpoints by using advanced analytics, segmentation, and personalization. He has a rich experience in the field of marketing and has also headed the digital marketing for ICICI Bank and has been Director, Digital Marketing and Analytics for Indigo, to name a few. We welcome you, sir.
Our second panelist, Dr. Bhaskar Roy, Global Operating Leader, Data Tech, Artificial Intelligence, GenPact. Dr. Roy is a distinguished data science professional with a rich background spanning over 25 years. His expertise lies in managing complex data science and digital technological processes. With a solid track record of leadership in global organizations like GenPact, GE, IMRB, and Nielsen, he has made significant contributions across a wide range of industries, including manufacturing, aviation, healthcare, and more. Dr. Roy received the prestigious Man of Excellence Award 2022 from the Indian Achievers Forum in recognition for his exceptional contributions to data science in both business and academia. We welcome you, sir.
We have with us Mr. Shubhankar Pal, who is Senior Director and Global Innovation Leader for Intelligent Networks Program at Capgemini Engineering. He has close to 23 years of experience in telecommunication industry. His responsibilities include technology product incubation, product strategy and roadmap development, consulting and service offer, definition for telecommunication and related marks. His interest areas include advanced network automation, optimization and sustainability, using cloud-native principle and machine learning for 5G and beyond networks. Prior to joining Capgemini, he worked at Nokia Networks and CDOT. We welcome you, sir.
As a Gen Z representative for this panel, we have Ms. Priyam Shukla, MBA student, BML Munjal University. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Anand Pillai, MD and Chief Transformations Officer, Leadership Matters Incorporated. Mr. Pillai is a seasoned business leader with over 4 decades of experience in top leadership roles at multinational corporations such as Reliance Industries, HCL Technologies, and Tata Group. Sir excels in leadership coaching and organizational transformation, working extensively with C-level executives and managers across sectors. As the Managing Director of Leadership Matters Incorporated, he is dedicated to enhancing leadership capabilities, fostering innovation, and driving transformative change in organizations. We welcome you, sir. I would request all the panel members to please take a seat on the stage.
Can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists?
Now I would like to hand over the mic to Mr. Pillai to commence the panel discussion.
We are 5 minutes away from good afternoon. Thank you. And it's a joy for us to be in your midst. I almost wanted to say this flight is delayed because of the delay in the incoming aircraft. But let's begin. This panel is going to be a little bit challenging because we have a Gen Z and we have others. And I like the way the panel topic was, users and creators. One would think that Gen Z are the users and the others are creators. I don't know yet. I think the jury is yet to be out. But let us look at what we can discuss around this topic. So what we will do is, I'll just give a little bit of informal introduction. The formal introduction was already given. And the reason why I wanted to give the informal introduction was many of us need to know the softer side of the individual. Priyam, you will have to do it for yourself. So give us a softer side and I'll give the softer side for the others.
Hello.
What is it that brought you where you are today?
Okay, so I think it's still good morning. Good morning to the respected panel members, to the faculty that is present here, dignitaries present and my fellow batchmates. So I think, thank you sir for letting me start with understanding about the softer side of who Priyam Shukla is. So as a Gen Z representative, I resonate with Gen Z. So I think when we were discussing a couple minutes back, we were talking about, how in 4 years or in 42 years of your work experience, you've changed companies only 5 times. But for me, I have about 4 years of work experience, but I have changed 3 companies. So this is where I think we as Gen Z, we are not very okay with monotony. Now, is the monotony in the company, or is it in the job profile that we have, or is it because the industry is giving us the abundance of options that we are very thrilled at the opportunity that, okay, what next? What is it that I'm going to get in my next job? Is it that? So I think this is the crux of the discussion, and I'll come back to who I am. I'm actually a sociologist by education, so I have a master's in sociology, and after that, I moved to IT, sales, and business development. And as a person, I belong from Calcutta. I did my formal education in Calcutta from Calcutta University and Presidency. And then I moved on to working for 4 years in Pune. And I enjoy world politics discussions, and I'm a football fanatic. So that is the good side.
Thank you for giving the softer side. Basically, what I wanted to do was all of us were Gen Z at some point in time. We were Gen Z at some point in time. Once they asked me to introduce myself, and I said, where do I begin? They said, begin from the beginning. So I said, I was born at a very young age. Okay, we all were Gen Z at some point in time. Question is, Arun, when you were Gen Z, what did you think of as a career? And we'll come back to the formal topic. Priyam did both together. But when you were Gen Z, what did you think of as a formal career?
When I was in Gen Z, IT was booming.
You?
IT was booming.
IT.
Industry, software, technology was booming. It was at peak. There was a mad rush that everyone wants to become a programmer, move to US. There's a mad rush to that. And I was one of those people who were part of that rush.
Great.
I started, in fact, my first year of my job was all about programming. I started it as a programming career, continued for 1 year, but somehow I couldn't, although I had passion for programming, passion for coding, but could not connect with it.
Then you went into marketing.
I could not dedicate my. Then there were a couple of friends who I met who were in marketing. And this was very early stage, 2004, we're talking about Google was still new, digital marketing was still new, websites were hardly few. Then the thought came up from that how Indian business can become digital and how marketing could play a role there. Somehow it connected me. I mean, although coding was a high-paying job, but somehow I found that passion in moving marketing through digital was something which connected with me.
Thank you, Arun.
And that's how it started it.
Thank you. So as a Gen Z, you moved from programming to marketing. Yeah, Shubhankar.
Yeah, so little bit of strange thing here. I never wanted to be an engineer. I always loved to be an artist. Painting and drawing is what I wanted to do, And as you said, IT was booming at the time, and engineering or medical is the two career choices you generally take. You said that you can have art and drawing as a hobby, but it cannot be something that you can take as a profession. So I said, okay, what is close to that? So let me take, say, architecture as a subject. But then when I went to the counseling and all these numbers and seats were coming in, as a computer science was flashing, and my parent told, okay, this is the place to be. And if you still want to do drawing, engineering drawing is there in this as well. Okay, let me go there. And first year I did some engineering drawing, and then I saw it vanished. And from second year, it is all computer science, coding and all. And then I started loving this technology, and I'm a deep technologist today, right now. But something that I wanted to be and something I am today is completely different because of the choices that you make, which makes you more employable, takes preference over what your hobbies are.
Thank you. Bhaskar.
So, I think very similar to what Shubhankar said. At that point of time, you never know what to do. You basically, in our generations, generally, we were parents' obedient son. Okay, but I always wanted to be a musician. We had a band of boys, where in my college days, we had composed few songs. I wanted somebody like an R.D. Burman in early 90s that time. My parents wanted me to study science, and that's how, the life went. But still, I have that desire in mind that maybe after retirement, I again, go back to music. By the way, I have done my post-graduation in tabla, so I have, I'm a classical.
Wow.
Yeah, so I have learned classical music, so, maybe someday, I will do that again.
Have an alternative career. Now, when I was Gen Z, some time ago, I wanted to be a lawyer. My mother did not like me in a black coat going every day to argue cases. Lawyers, I don't know if there are any here. English language is actually a funny language. If you help a criminal before the crime, you are a criminal. But if you do it after the crime, you can be called a lawyer. And my mother did not like that. She said, you people, talking about lawyers, you can go to any extent to win a case. Sometimes you will even stoop down to the extent of telling the truth. So my mother was not at all happy with that, but I had in school debates and whatever. So as a Gen Z, I really loved looking at the counterpoint, counterpoint. But somehow technology took the better of me, and I went into computer science and Indian Institute of Science, and the rest is history. Now, we all had the Gen Z side of us. The topic that we have for discussion is users and creators. How Gen Z and technology can really change the world. And I'll begin with Bhaskar. What is your perspective on how Gen Z can really change the world? Should we really empower them, or are they already empowered? And are they users? Are they creators? What is your perspective?
So when, we basically talk about the word digital transformation, okay? There are two words, one is digital and another is transformation. So in my opinion, digital is easy. Transformation is very different and difficult as well. Because, transformation needs a change of mindset. There is a lot of change management which has to be driven. For Gen Z, adopting to technology is very natural compared to, people, at that point of time like us. They're very comfortable. An average Gen Z, uses multiple IoT devices, is very comfortable, with social media, using smartphone more effectively, challenging technologies, learning technologies, and quickly switch over to the new version of the technologies. So digital transformation, if driven by Gen Z, will be much more meaningful and much more easy, if I compare to, other times. So I think we are actually in a golden era where we can definitely drive the transformation through this generation. And in most of the companies in which I work, more than 25% of the population is basically this population who are basically on the front seat to drive a lot of transformation. So I think there is a bright future, and Gen Z will definitely play a bigger role.
Thank you. If I were to summarize one sentence that you said, which is possibly music to the ears of Gen Z, you are saying digital transformation and technology driven by Gen Z, not the other way. You are saying they will be at the driving seat and they will drive the innovation and we will be the users.
They'll be, it'll be naturally, it'll come naturally to them to drive the transformation.
Wonderful.
They can drive it much easily than, what used to be driven about 10, 15 years back.
The conventional belief is that we drive, I'm talking about we, drive and they do. But what you're saying is they drive and we use what they are driving.
Correct.
Interesting perspective.
Yes.
I don't know if the others will agree, but nevertheless, it's a very interesting perspective. Music to the ears for Gen Z. That is, Gen Z is at the driver's seat. Gen Z is driving innovation. Gen Z is driving transformation. And we will be consumers of that output. Wonderful. Shubhankar, what is your perspective?
Yes, I will take a little bit different direction from what Bhaskar was saying. Is that, and what Priyam also alluded to in the beginning, is that the Gen Z are the people, they are technology savvy, digital savvy people, but they don't go deep into one of the technology. They just because there's so much for them to do. I mean, there's so many technologies for them to use. They just go from one to other, right? They were using some of the Google tools earlier. Now they have this generative AI, chat GPTs, and whatnot is coming tomorrow, right? So they're just hopping from one technology to the other without going deep into the thing. So, what I will say that they need some more skill enhancement before they can use this digital technology to be productive in the industry. So they are quite good users, even people like us who are generations before the Gen Z. They know these tools very well, but can they use this digital capability that they have effectively to be used in an industry? I'll give an example. The people who are 1 to 3 years of experience in our company, if I ask them to write a code, there is a tendency that they will just go to ChatGPT and get the first level of code that they will use, right? And if they find a bug there, there is a few people in them will not be even able to debug why this bug has come there, because they don't have the expertise on this this software development skills that we got over years. So I feel that they are in the golden era. We are all in the golden era with these tools, and the Gen Z is bringing this new innovative power. But one, they need to improve their skills to use it to be more useful in an industrial context. And secondly, they have to also collaborate very well with the generation before that, because it's just not about the digital. So what Bhaskar said is very important, digital transformation. Digital is easy, transformation is difficult. And that the transformation, the most important thing is having the domain knowledge. Just before this, we are just having tea together and we are just discussing, and there's an important point that came in that discussion, is if I have to do an intelligent analysis of a wind turbine, first I have to understand the mechanics of the wind turbine. And that comes from years of domain knowledge. And that is where the people like us who have been in this industry having in-depth knowledge, that we bring in, and the Gen Z, when we collaborate together, and the skill enhancement Gen Z can do, that will make us more successful and more innovative, and a powerhouse for the next generation. The future of industry will evolve after that.
Yeah. So Shubhankar, your view is that Gen Z will do what the others tell them to do. Are you there on that?
Yes.
They're not at the driving seat, they will be at the doer side. That means the rules of the game, the business rules, is written by the user and not the other way.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay? So, I mean, I have a similar view, and it goes by this saying, technology is a very good slave, but a very poor master. So, for you to understand and use technology, you need to know technology in the first place is your line of thought. And then you tell them what to do.
Absolutely.
We'll hold on to that thought and we'll see how the thought evolves. And let's hear, Arun, what your view is on Gen Z, technology, users, creators. Buzzwords.
Lot of hashtags.
Yes.
So,
and if anybody is tweeting about what we are doing, please tweet on the hashtags users, creators, Gen Z, technology. These are very good, and we hope that over a period of time we'll get them to trend. Yes.
Completely agree with what has been said, that technology as a user, technology being used by Gen Z is a very common thing. I mean, I do not know anyone, I might not know anyone, or there won't be anyone in this audience sitting here who is not exposed to mobile device. My first mobile device was in 2005. And I don't know anyone, at least in my group, who's above the age of 15 and are not exposed to a mobile device. Mobility is something which they have acquired. They love technology. It's not a question that they don't love technology, and that's driving a lot of innovation. To talk about any company, anything, they are being innovated by the for the Gen Z, to be utilized by Gen Z, and we can always go on with. I will take the examples of both of them, where one wanted to be a dance, one wanted to be music, but they could not pursue because a typical role in that scenario, in that age, did not allow them to pursue. Coming from a marketing background, and I interact with a lot of influencers, at least I know hundreds of influencers and content creators who are roughly in the age of 25. And they have not taken a conventional field, conventional job as a choice. I know Banias who are known to be businessmen. Sorry for using this generic term, but in my classmates, all the people I know, Guptas and Goyals, they own a business. But I have met lots of Guptas and Goyals who are content creators. That's the way. They are shattering that phenomena, that record, saying that, no, this is, if my best friend is mine, Goyal, I am a businessman. No, it's not that. He is creating content. If there is someone from Goa, he is into music. No, he is not into music, could be in something else altogether. So that's the way that Gen Z is becoming. That's the way they are shattering that myth, that prototype that someone has to be in a 9-to-5 job. They believe in freedom. They believe that they want to be more free. They have got more power in their hands. And that's where I want to change my narrative. There's a famous dialogue in Spider-Man, with great power comes greater responsibility. Mobile technology gives you great power. It gives you access to a lot of things. But are they responsible enough to handle that power in their hands? This is a new drug. There was a time when drugs were common in the college. It's a problem within the youths with Zell. But having mobile phone is a new drug in their hands. Are they responsible enough to handle that power? It's a responsibility. You can access anything and everything. It's not just about chat GPTs. It's not just about the technologies. It's not about the music. It's not just about the knowledge. There are lots of things on internet. The good things and the bad things. Can we embrace the good things? Can we use it in a responsible way? That's the challenge that I strongly believe is going to be the change maker.
Thank you, Arun. Now, Priyam, you're in a hotspot. We started with Bhaskar saying that Gen Z is at the driving seat, and in comes Arun after Shubhankar gives his own twist. He says, listen, I don't know if they are ready yet. I don't know if we can give them the power to be at the driving seat. What are your perspectives?
So I think very interesting insights. And but if I rank the percentage of resonance of what exactly the three panel members mentioned, I think I resonate the best with Dr. Roy, Mr. Roy. And he said that we are at the seat that is driving the technological advancements. And I think as Gen Z, I 100% agree to it. I think 100% is exaggerating it, but I do agree a majority of it. Because, I mean, to look at it, we are the first two digital natives. And we actually were born around smartphones. And terms like, tech shame, device hoppers, they're all associated with the Gen Z. Now, what exactly is device hopping? We switch from, we are talking to a friend on a mobile phone, and we quickly switch to our laptops for some work. And then now we want to stream a video or read about a podcast or something associated to the work. But we're hopping on devices. Now, this is where I believe that if the industry or the company is not making its information mobile friendly or device friendly, then you are not reaching out to us. And this is the gap that I think that if we are able to bridge this gap in this conversation that we talk about, that is when you take our consensus. That is when you include us, the Gen Z. And I mean, I think 2000, I think Alexa came out in about early 2000s. But we started talking to Alexa like as if it was there for years. It wasn't, we were not awed by it. We were not fascinated by it. We integrated it like as if it's an automation. Yeah, it's all right. I mean, Alexa, I'll tell Alexa to switch off the lights. I'm automating. But the millennials or the older generations, they were very fascinated by it. So it is true that today when I think of ChatGPT or when I think of Mid-Journey or I think of, say, Meta launching its EMU platform, I'm not looking at what is going behind it. But see, this is my perspective. If I was a coder or if I was a programmer, I would probably deep dive into understanding how does it work. Or if I was an automotive enthusiast, I would look at how the car is functioning. But I'm a marketing person. I would just look at, okay, how can I sell this to the upcoming generation, which is a generation alpha? How can I do that? So I may not deep dive like Mr. Pal said, but I'm going to probably be at the surface level and just try to look at the USPs of it. But this is where we are expected, we set very high expectations. We moved from formal education practices to online education. From online education, we moved to gamification in the education industry. So why are we doing it? It's because we demand that. So it feels like as we are the users and we are creating this innovation to be driven forward. This is what I think.
Thank you. So you're giving another twist, which is what the industry should listen to. End of the day, which is the growing market? The growing market is always the Gen Z. In one sense, Gen Z is actually the consumer and the industry is the creator. So the moment we do not create products and services for this growing segment, we are irrelevant. That's the point. And one twist or one point that I wanted to add on to what Arun said is, quite often we tend to stereotype people, which I think is a mistake. We cannot say that Gen Z is a hopper. Gen Z is a non-sticking person. Gen Z is both a user as well as a creator. We need to understand their needs and see what best we can do to really go forward. And I do agree with Shubhankar, sometimes it can be a challenge, and there is this metaphor that is used that you can end up creating a Frankenstein, which in turn is unmanageable. In fact, the creator of ChatGPT, the one thing that he said was, this can become an unmanageable entity. And therefore, rules and regulations should be done to regulate it. And therefore, there can be a situation where there is too much power that is given to this technology creators, where that power is way beyond. So if you see the metaphor of Frankenstein, if you go back to, here is this person who created a human being with all powers, and then that was so much that it consumed them. I come back to Bhaskar. Now, you gave a very interesting perspective that Gen Z is at the driving seat, and they're really, leading on the forefront of technology. We discussed some of the drawbacks. What could be other drawbacks in actually having the Gen Z completely in the driving seat?
So, I mean, it is about a perspective, right? Because, nothing is perfect in this world. Why I said, they will be in driving seat in many of the in our kind of industry where I work, and especially in IT and technology, we generally have, 25 to 30% of people below age group of 30, working with us. What I have observed that, many a times, these people are full of, as I said, they have a lot of confidence, they understand the technology, they are ready to take risk. And that is one of the qualities, which I feel that, which is very, very important. They are ready to fail and they are ready to learn. That is something, which is, which again, was not present about 15 years back in the industry. People in corporate world, generally, they are there to, succeed always. People don't take risks because they always have that failure of, the fear of failure. So Gen Z is more, they are more risk averse. I mean, they can take risk, they can experiment, they can innovate. And, absolutely, I mean, I cannot make a statement saying that they alone can, take this, right? There's always a teamwork. We'll always have experienced people. We'll always have digital natives like, Gen Zs. And we'll also have people, who are subject matter experts and domain experts, forming a team and taking it to the next level. That's how it is.
Wonderful.
I'll give you an example. I mean, most of the companies, as we said, so there are 2 C's, which they follow. One is consume, and then second is customize. This generation is consuming, and, and the organizations are customizing it. Some of the examples, I mean, we never thought that the biggest, the biggest media company, the biggest movie company in this world will not even own a single multiplex. That is Netflix. And why is Netflix grown in last 5 years? It is because of one generation, right? I mean, talk about the kind of a trend, Airbnb. I mean, nobody thought that the biggest hotel chain will not even own a single hotel, because this generation prefers to stay in an Airbnb rather than a typical, hotel, right? So they are forcing the companies, the industries to basically change. And as we were discussing in the morning, Dr. Pillai, that they are trying to somehow drive that, to organize the unorganized sector, right? They're trying to create, they're trying to join the dots so that, we create a new segment. And today, if you basically talk about India, 52% of, our population is around the age group of 30s. And that's why, India is such a growing economy. The world, basically comes here, does all sort of marketing. Every company thinks, India is going to be the country for the future. And that is because of this generation. So what I'm saying that what we need to do, we need to empower this generation, but on the same hand, we have to also make sure that we, have the guardrails.
Checks and balances.
Checks and
Wonderful.
balances and the guardrails, because
Yes.
there are many distractions as well. I mean, it is for everyone, but I mean, since they are more exposed to the technology, and always, be it a AI, be it a Gen AI, there's always a dark side to it.
That's a very interesting perspective. So yes, we need to continue to empower. And for the audience, I'm giving a heads up. After 3 perspectives, we would like questions from the audience. And continue to tweet, continue to use the hashtags as we go along. And for some of you, you can even tag us on LinkedIn and Twitter, because we want this event to also be digital. Okay? So the perspective that Bhaskar gave was, yes, we definitely should empower them, but no free hand. There should be some guardrails. There should be some checks and balances. And see, the advantage that the Gen Z has is they are the now generation. They want everything now. And that's a good thing. But unfortunately, they don't have that ability to see that life is lived forward, but history is written backward. So if we knew then what we know now, we will do things differently. They don't want all that. They want to experiment failure, and they want to do that. I mean, I've had an awkward situation, and I'm sure all of us would have had this situation, where you induct freshers. So induct the Gen Z. First month, they come back, and there is this guy, he came back, and he said, "Sir, there is a problem in the pay slip." I said, "What do you mean there's a problem in this place?" No, I did not get my salary according to my appointment offer. I said, "What do you mean?" No, there's an error. I said, "Where did you?" I did the calculation. So what this person did, like most Gen Z people, first job, first month, calculated the CTC divided by 12, and he expected that to be the take-home. He said, "My take-home salary is less." Now, they don't understand retirals, they don't understand PF. They said, listen, when I got my appointment letter, CTC divided by 12 is what my expectation was. So why is my take-home salary less? Now, unfortunately, I had no answer, but I had to just give him this answer. Your take-home salary is less because this is a take-home salary, not take to the bar or take to the movie. But unfortunately, that did not suffice. They wanted an answer. And that answer is, my take-home salary is less. But we need to recognize that aspirational quotient of the Gen Z, rather than ridiculing them and say, listen, unfortunately, the problem was a communication at our end. Shubhankar, what is your perspective while the audience is gearing up in 2 more sessions for questions?
Yeah, so one thing, I agree with Bhaskar on that the Gen Z needs some kind of guide rails to be more adapting to, while they're adapting to the industry, like they need the guide rails to, and the coaching to be more productive going forward. But few things I think Gen Z uniquely brings, which we as experts, and we are so biased with what we are doing for years, we cannot think about, right? And these fresh ideas that they bring in can, the way they're using these tools, that can give a better user experience to the industry. For example, that Apple is the top mobile phone. Everybody wants to have an Apple phone nowadays. But Apple was not the first company which has built the smartphone. It was some other company which we don't know, right? And Nokia, which has been the pioneer in mobile phones for so many years, now they hardly make any mobile phone because they didn't, and what is the common between these two? Is the user experience. So what Apple brought in is a unique user experience to something that was already there. That's why we love to have an Apple phone rather than some other phone. And why Nokia could not make it, they also brought in this Windows operating system there, but they failed because the user experience for a mobile generation was not like what was there in the desktop or a laptop generation, right? So user experience is very important, and the user experience of the people. Now, for example, when I get into an aircraft, I always want that there's a screen already there in front of me. I will touch it and get a movie or something, and I will see. But the newer experience that we see in the current generation is that bring your own device. I don't want to use that the screen, which sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work. I have to tap it multiple times for it to work. So I don't want. I have my own tab. I can bring in. I can connect to the Wi-Fi of the aircraft, and I can see all the movies streaming in. That's a new experience, that we want to bring in. And this user experience, I think the way it is changing, the Gen Z, who are quite accustomed to this, the way they are bringing it is a very fresh and disruptive ideas that they are bringing in. So we should, while we are giving the guardrails should not be so narrow that they cannot innovate and they cannot bring fresh ideas. So we should give them their own room, their own space to bring these fresh ideas, and we should inculcate these fresh ideas into our system to enhance the user experience, of how we are building our future of industry or future products and services.
Very good, very good. So we definitely need to give them some guidelines, but those guidelines should be guidelines and not restrictive. That's a very interesting, and you also gave that interesting perspective. Pioneers are not necessarily leaders, and it's the user experience driven by the Gen Z which enhances the utility of a particular technology.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Arun, your perspectives.
What I believe it's a single word, collaboration. Collaboration.
Collaborative.
There has to be a right balance between someone who's not a Gen Z and someone who's a Gen Z. But that's where the success lies. And I will take the right example of you, which you have pointed out that my CTC is not my salary, is not my take-home salary. And that's where they need guidance. They are digital natives, completely agree. They know technologies which I might not know. They know languages which I am not comfortable in. But as we said, they are the largest working force. We need to connect with them. And if we fail to connect with them, if we fail to provide an experience as a brand, as a technology, as a was anyone, we will not be able to utilize them. We will not be able to get spending capacity from them. And we might become a failed examples. What we need to do is collaborate with them, understand from them, help them to take the right steps. We need to, again, the guardrails has to be there. It's a combination of the right experience and the combination of Gen Z, which is going to define, this is going to be the defining thing when we talk about technology. One of the things which also I want to add is that there's a lot of focus on providing the right experience. Providing the right experience. Shpankar said that the UI, UX matters a lot. It's completely agree. One of the things which I also believe is the attention span. Gen Z have shorter attention span. Any guesses that what's the attention span by multiple researchers in the industry? Any guesses from the audience? Multiple researchers have pointed out between 6 to 8, 10 seconds, but that's the attention span. How can we bring a better attention span is a question to be. Lots of companies are benefiting from it. I mean, it's not that companies are not benefiting from it. Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, these are innovations the companies have realized that the content needs to be consumed. The reason why the longer form of content on YouTube and longer form of content on Facebook is on a declining trend is that Gen Zs are consuming more shorter and shorter videos. They don't want to spend, they don't want to look into a 3-hour movie. They want to have a 10-second movie. That's what it is. And brands are innovating. I mean, I know a lot of brands who are creating something called, there's a program in Facebook called Thumb Stoppers, which is basically creating an ad in 6 seconds. Because that's what the consumers are believing it. If you can connect something in 6 seconds, that's what is going to grab the attention. From advertising industry, it's not that 1-minute movie that the brands are concentrating on. It's about creating that 10-second ads. So how to collaborate, catch their attention in a shorter period of time. It's not about the huge lectures. It's about to the point, to the specific topics that it has to be. That's what the point.
So the key word is collaboration. And a large number of organizations now are collaborating with the baby boomers. For example, Google and e-commerce companies, they have started a senior intern program. Of course, 2 movies have come on that basis, where they invite people, and the minimum age for application is 55 plus. So we need to collaborate because we need to blend those perspectives. Priyam, your final thoughts before we go to the audience.
So I think, interestingly, first when Mr. Roy was speaking, I was resonating with him. Then when Mr. Shubhankar spoke about it, I was resonating. So as we moved this side, I had a summary of thoughts, so I'll try to be crisp about it. I think when Mr. Matthews mentioned about collaboration, I think he stole a word from my notebook. So I had the same word in my mind. I mean, if you think about driving school, so think about an instance of driving school. I would like to believe that I am in the driver's seat and the millennials and the other generations before us are sitting in the navigator's seat. But here I am learning, so they are telling us that, okay, you know what, you have to shift the gear to second. Now, I may have a lot of questions about it, that, why second gear? Why can I not stay on this gear? That is where the older generation needs to collaborate and give us the logic, because as Gen Z, we tend to ask a lot of questions. We want to know, okay, why is this happening? What is happening? The curiosity is there. I think in the last segment when Mr. Matthews spoke about content creation, it's true. I mean, we moved from reading blogs to reading testimonials to reading posts on Facebook, and now we've come to TikTok and 10 seconds information. So then when I think about it as Gen Z, Mr. Pal is right. we are not deep diving into what exactly is going behind it. We're just going on the 10-second information. So, but has that improved in the way that the industries are functioning? Yes, because look at Amazon. Amazon was an e-commerce giant, but when Netflix came in, Amazon also went into OTT. And Disney collaborated with Hotstar. This is happening because we demanded it. We demanded more options. So I think we are the ones who are, in the driver's seat, but it is a generation that has to guide us, because then that can lead to, I think Mr. Roy mentioned about the exposure that we have to internet and to other platforms and technologies, online harassment, frauds related to financials, other related stuff, that we are getting more exposed to it than what the other generations were. So concluding thoughts for me, I think would be, maybe we should deep dive a little more and not just look at the surface level of the information, so that ultimately we want the person in the navigator's seat to say bye-bye, where we finish the crossing line and we move towards success. So that is what I would be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. So you gave a very good summary of what the user needs are. And I totally resonate with all of you that their attention span is that 8 minutes. I learned it the hard way. I had a set of followers, I think about 20,000 followers on LinkedIn. I used to put long posts, and then LinkedIn gave me an advice. They said, analyze your user profile. And the moment I analyzed, I found out that the revisits were coming from those posts which were small. So what I've now done, I'm in the 45,000 follower category, I put in a picture. The picture has got a summary, and it takes about 2 to 3 seconds. And after that, you've got a iterative manner where the entire summary is there in the first few. So the Gen Z is actually at the driving seat. They tell us what we should do without telling us what we should do. Let me say that once again. They tell us what we should do without actually verbalizing, without actually telling us what we should do. And every company, which is a company in innovation or transformation, has listened to the voice of the Gen Z. Wonderful. Now let's throw it open to the audience. And other things being equal, we would give preference to students. Just raise your hand and articulate a question. You can direct the question to any one panel member, or it could be to the entire panel, and I, as the moderator, can direct it to any one of them. As you raise your hand, I'm sure there are volunteers who are quick with their mic to think. Oh, there's one person who's already stood. What is your question? Introduce yourself in 2 seconds, and what is your question?
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Prathamesh Shukla. I'm from MBA first year. My question is for Arun, sir. Sir, as we see rapid technological advancements these days, so how is Hero MotoCorp integrating the feedbacks and perspective of the Gen Zs in order to drive its digital strategies forward?
Thank you. Pointed question.
Exactly.
That's what the doctor ordered.
As we create products, it's not just about the products that we create for someone who is looking for between the age of 18 to 24. We also have to tailor our experiences. I will just like to take an example of one of the latest launches that we did, which was Charisma XMR. It got amazing response. One of the reasons that the product worked very well was the focus that we had in communicating with the Gen Z. What we are defining as a Gen Z here, someone who is 18 to 24. If you go to look at all the posts on the social media, the kind of words that we have used, the kind of responses that we have responded back to people, it's very youthful, it's very young, it's very, emoji friendly. And it's not something which was possible without having a Gen Z in my team. That again, coming to the word collaboration. Gen Z in my team helped me to craft those responses, and that became a huge hit. We were able to create content which was able to communicate with the Gen Z. We are moving away from the approaches that typically defined an industry, which is physical. You select you look at vehicles, you walk into the showroom, and then you buy a vehicle. We know that when a user today walks into the showroom, he's more informed. We are collaborating with creators to create the right kind of content. We are collaborated with bike portals to get right kind of feedbacks, right set of reviews for our products. Digitally, today people, when they walk into showroom, they have far better knowledge. They know our competition better than us. So we also have to make sure our sales staff is digitally trained to know about, not just about our products, but our competition products also. So that's where the focus is all about. That creating the right content, communicating with them even before they walk into the showroom. Just to put in perspective, one of the Google research says that there are 25 touch points before someone purchases a two-wheeler. And out of that 25 touch points, 20 are digital. And all the 20 happens before someone walks into the showroom. That's where we have to be present. If we want to connect with the Gen Z, we have to be digital native. We have to adopt digital, and our ads or communications, everything has to be pointed in connecting with them.
Wonderful.
Having a very standard corporate language is not going to connect with them.
Excellent. Thank you for the crisp question and to the point answer. The next question, just raise your hand and the mic will come, and while you are at it, the next person can also be ready. Crisp question? Yep.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Piyush Tiwari from MBA first year. So, I had this question for Dr. Roy. So, Dr. Roy, as AI, it stands as the cornerstone of the modern technological
Hold the mic to your mouth, straight, like this, like a banana.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So, I had this question.
Yeah, that's better.
So, I had this question for Dr. Roy. Dr. Roy, as AI, it stands as the modern technological cornerstone of the modern technological innovation. So, I wanted to ask you that how does Genpact it ensures that the AI solution that it develops, it ensures that it resonates with the values and aspirations of Gen Z.
I don't think we got the question. AI, what was your question again?
So my question is that how Genpact it ensures that the AI solution that it develops, it resonates with the aspirations and values of
Gen Z. Yeah. Okay. The AI solutions that you generate, how does it meet the aspirational quotient or aspirations of Gen Z? Yeah, thank you. You can sit down.
Okay. So I think great question. There are two aspects to it, right? So the AI solutions, which we generate are generally to solve some of the client's problem. Okay, where, we are taking help from Gen Z to create those solutions. So there are two aspects to it. Now, as you know, as we've discussed that, AI definitely has a lot of potential, and, it has immense potential. Nobody knows that, how much of disruption it will basically create in the industry. We all are, trying to evolve through different version of AI. Till yesterday, we were talking about AI, ML, AI, and now we are talking about generative AI, and tomorrow we might be talking about something else. But one of the interesting aspects of AI is, what we call is ethical AI, because that is very, very important for all of us. Because, I wrote an, I basically, I wrote a note on LinkedIn that, after watching this movie, Adipurush, I realized the value of ethical AI. Okay, because if you're not using AI for the right purposes, it will basically throw up some weird results, and very unbiased results as well. And that's why it is very important that what your input should be. It should be correct, it should be unbiased, and it should basically be to the point. Otherwise, it will be like garbage in, garbage out. So, and this generation, as I said, by nature they are very, they are very innovative in nature. So, all this, when you talk about AI, you talk about generative AI, you might have heard about the word prompt engineering. So that inputs and prompt engineering work is basically done by this generation, because at the end of the day, it is how much of input you feed into the large language models, so that the output which is generated is correct. So that is how we are involving the new generation, the Gen Z, for creating such solution. And the best part about AI is, the more information it gets, it starts generating better solutions. So, as we progress, it will basically give us a better and more accurate solutions in the future, right?
Thank you, Bhaskar. We've got another 5 minutes opportunity for 2 more questions. The person who's asked the question, okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to all the panelists. My question is for Subanka, sir. So my question is that these days there are lots of technological advancements that are going on. So specifically, how Gen Z are approaching to that changes and how they are adapting to that changes. And second part of the question is how it is affecting the projects, engineering projects that the Capgemini is acquiring these days.
Okay, great question actually. So yeah, there is so many technology, and there is always a chance that we overwhelmed with technology, And what Bhaskar was saying, this Adipur's example is a perfect example of that. That you use technology to create something that there is no takers of that. So it is very important to see it more top down rather than bottom up. That I have so many technologies and I want to use it. Like I have Gen AI, and where can I use it, right? Not like that. Rather, it has to be top down, and it has to be like, what is the problem in hand? Like that's what we as industry is doing to have a customer first kind of approach, where we try to understand what the customer problem is, not getting biased with what technology I have to use to solve it. So don't take a technology and then go to the customer, okay, I have the best AML solution, or I have the best cloud native software building capabilities, and tell me what to do with this. Not like that. So that was like a very brute force approach that like industry started with, and learned very hard way that this is not the right approach. It has to be more top down. And with that, you have to understand the customer problem. You have to understand which challenges are leading to this problem. And then you find out the technologies that is going to solve us. For example, say we are in the 5G era, and like what is the biggest problem of 5G? Because speed and etc. was already there with 4G, right? I get enough speed to stream a Netflix video using 4G. Why do I need a 5G? So 5G is now trying to find out how to monetize 5G. The biggest use case in 5G today is to how to monetize 5G. So always technology is not a solution to everything, right? It should be a problem statement, and then how to use the technology, the best technology. Sometimes it is even Wi-Fi that works better than 5G. In enterprises, still they are sticking to the Wi-Fi 6 maybe, or the Wi-Fi 7 that is coming in, rather than having a private 5G. And the reason is that the kind of connectivity that they get, the amount of money they have to invest in this is much lesser than having the new 5G boxes. So in summary, the most important thing is understand the problem of your customer, understand what is leading to this problem, and then find the technologies that you can map to get to the solution.
We got one more question, and preferably let it be a lady who asks a question before I summarize. One more question, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Tanvi Sharma from MBA first year. Hi, Priyam. My question to you is, could you share a technological trend or innovation that you believe is pivotal for businesses to adopt, given the preferences of Gen Z?
Okay. Hi, Tanvi. Thank you so much for your question. So I think the number of examples are very many. And I'll just stick to the most recent example that I think I was looking at it yesterday in class, in a luxury management class. And it was to do with retail, okay? So e-commerce. So the digital or the virtual try-ons that have now come on, and the Gen Z has been the one that has been able to drive this innovation, because I think with the onset of COVID-19, and COVID-19 came and it went, but virtual try-ons have still stuck around. So to think about it, the way the retail industry is now functioning, a lot of these brands like Lenskart came up with eyewear, and then you can use, you can see how you look in a particular eyewear. Then Myntra came out with Fashion GPT. So, you know, in the retail industry, if you think about, I think the kind of buying patterns that the Gen Z is showcasing, virtual try-ons would be a very huge aspect to it. But then it has its drawbacks. I think, Mr. Pillai, we were talking about how your friend bought an Audi from a virtual, on a digital platform. But how do you experiment with a product that you've bought online? So, but it'll be interesting to see how the industry bridges that gap. And we would be very excited to look at a product which, okay, if you are buying an iPhone, I can right now use it and see how it looks on my table. Now that is exciting for me. So the retail industry can have that example. I can come up with very many, but with the sense of time, I'll pass the mic to Mr. Pillai. Thank you, Tanvi.
Thank you. The audience has been very good. It's almost as if we engineered it. Every one of the panelists had a question. This is what God ordered, or the doctor ordered. We started our conversation in a very divergent manner. But beautifully, we were able to converge. And the convergence point is basically three. First thing is, the Gen Z is both the user as well as the creator. That was beautifully brought out by all of you. The second thing is, there is no point in stereotyping. We cannot say that they are like that. No. And they break the stereotype. Clearly, both ways, they break the stereotype. And I like that collaborative spirit. The word collaboration came out really nice. Dr. Ken Blanchard said, none of us are smarter than all of us. Everybody is needed in this entity. And with that, I want to close. Thank you, audience. Thank you all, panelists.
With this, we've come to the end of our first panel discussion. The discussion was really thought-provoking, and now we certainly understand the importance of Gen Z continuing to harness technology's potential and how they are poised to shape the future and drive transformative changes across the technological landscape. I request our co-chair, Dr. Sangeeta Datta Gupta, to hand over the mementos to our panelists. Mr. Anand Pillai. Dr. Bhaskar Roy. Mr. Shubhankar Pal. Mr. Arun Matthew. Ms. Priyam Shukla.
Once again, very warm gratitude to our panelist and moderator for such an insightful discussion. Now for the plenary address, we would like to invite our president, Ms. Swati Munjal. Ms. Swati Munjal
Good afternoon, everyone. I just learned that Gen Z has an 8-second attention span. So I'll really struggle through the next 5 minutes, but I will try and make sure I speak as less as possible. I'd like to start with welcoming all the panelists who are amongst us today, for inspiring our Gen Zs on campus. Thank you for such a relevant discussion we just had. So thank you very much. It's a privilege to stand before a room filled with future leaders, innovators, and change makers representing Gen Z. Dear students, you are all what makes up the Gen Z, as your generation is called. You are the second youngest generation right now, with millennials before you. But you are the digital natives. You are the first generation to grow up with the internet as part of your daily life. You have always corresponded via emails and text messages. You have probably never had to wait to get a message across to someone or to find any information. You are smarter, more exposed, and explorative than the generations before you. Also, never have we before found ourselves at such a unique juncture in the history. Our world is rapidly evolving, driven by technological advancements, societal shifts, and global challenges, none more pressing than climate change. As we embark on this journey into tomorrow, we must recognize the immense potential and responsibility that rests upon your shoulders, the generation that will shape the future. That's you. I want to share just 3 messages today with all of you here. The first one being, I'm sure all of you, when you hear these subjects and the topics, they sound much bigger than life. And what I want to share with you is that always remember that you are never too small to make a difference. I know it seems unrealistic, but trust me, it's true. I borrow this from Greta Thunberg, a 15-year-old in Sweden who made sure that the world accepts and takes climate change as an important initiative. Her movement, Friday for Future, that began in August 2018 as a solitary act, very quickly gained attention of almost everyone. Again, thanks to technology and the apps developed by your generation, and made sure that everyone cared about the cause, climate. She's right, you are right. Effects of climate change are more seen now. It may have always felt like something that will happen in the far future, and it seems daunting to do a small bit to make a difference. But here, we are in October, and look at the heat outside. Greta's movement has pushed climate issues to the forefront of political agendas worldwide. It has inspired policy changes, pressured governments to set ambitious targets. What Friday for Future reminds us is that young people like you, who have a vital role in shaping the future of our planet and hold the power to make sure people who are leaders are accountable for their actions. When Greta, at the age of 15, can encourage the world and its leaders, including UN, to take action on climate change, I reiterate, don't think yourself too small to make a difference. You can. My second message is that as most of you will step into the real world in the next few years, my advice is to incorporate sustainability into your careers and become champions in your organizations on sustainability. Continue learning and lead by examples where you go. This will be a big differentiator in the world of tomorrow. The world you are stepping into has no choice but to adopt sustainable practices. At the rate we are going, government might need to mandate certain sustainable practices. So become early adopters, become disruptors where you go. It's a thrill to see your generation in the university, learning exactly how to make the changes you're all focused on. You're all focused on creating a more sustainable world, pioneering ways to promote wellness and balanced lifestyle, even creating gadgets to help older generations to reach their goals. Remember, sustainability is not just a buzzword. It's a fundamental aspect of responsible and ethical business practices in today's world. By integrating sustainability into your careers, you can make a meaningful contribution to a more sustainable and equitable future for all. My third message is for the organizers. They've picked up such a wonderful and apt, relevant subject for deliberation and discussion today. I hope and advise to the organizers that the summit like these are not just about discussion, it's about action. I hope this summit is a starting point of a few concrete actions. This summit aims to delve deep into the psyche, aspirations, and the vision for a better world. I hope our discussions will cover how academia, industry, and policymakers are ready to embrace the new world's vision. And in the end, recommend few ideas and suggestions we all take. Our endeavor at BMU is to bridge the gap between theory and practical, between academia and industry. We encourage ideas, thoughts, research that can be translated into real-world solutions and thereby shape lives by impacting generations to come. The report launched today morning comprises the research done so far, but post this research, I hope we agree and take few actions to make sure the summit is real success. I would like to congratulate the organizing team led by Ritu and Sangeeta for putting this event together, and also all the wonderful student volunteers, without which we can never ever do an event. And in the end, I hope, as we embark on this enlightening journey together, we all take back something from here that will empower us to make our world a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your insights constantly leave us with much to ponder upon, and we eagerly anticipate your valuable inputs every time. I would also like to bring to the attention of the audience that the report presented here is also available online. Now we'll take a short lunch break. The arrangements have been made in the E2 cafeteria. Our student volunteers shall guide you there. The discussion will resume sharply at 2 p.m. and we'll request you to gather back in the hall by 1:45 p.m. Thank you. Bon appetit.
hello. I request everyone to please settle down as we are about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? I know post-lunch sessions are those where tummies are full and minds are drifting. But let me take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to all of you gathered here. Our afternoon session promises to be truly insightful as we delve into the topic of Gen Z and climate change, actors and agents.
Unlike past eras, where climate indicators were disregarded, this generation has emerged as a beacon of change. Through various social media platforms, they combat climate anxiety with unwavering optimism, using hashtags like #ClimateChange and #Eco, garnering billions of views. Research underscores their unique connection with climate issues, showcasing their shared understanding of its impact. Gen Z's proactive engagement reflects determination to address this challenge, reigniting hope and inspiring transformation for a sustainable future.
The members of panel 2 are Ms. Kirti Gupta, Sales Director of South Asia at Boeing. Ms. Gupta is a seasoned professional with nearly 2 decades of expertise in B2B consultative solution sales, renowned for her passion for business growth. She has traversed diverse industries with a prominent focus on BFSI, manufacturing, and aviation sectors in both corporate and government realms across the South Asia region. She has a distinguished track record of guiding clients to success. Some of her notable skills include people management, P&L ownership, strategy design and execution, new business development, and strategy account management. We welcome you, ma'am.
Moving on, we have Ms. Supriya Sharma, Associate Director HR at Emerson Automation Solutions. Ms. Sharma is a senior HR professional who has a rich and dynamic career spanning over 18 years in a global capacity. Her record includes successfully leading complex HR initiatives, serving as an HR advisor on critical projects such as organizational scale-ups, restructuring efforts, and performance improvement processes. Her international experience extends to diverse geographies, including the USA, APAC, Ethiopia, and India, across a spectrum of industries, including high-growth startups, development firms, media outlets, and multinational corporations. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. Gokul Pandian, Director at Ernst & Young. Mr. Pandian is a seasoned professional with over 19 years of expertise in ESG, decarbonization, and carbon markets. Currently, in his role as Director at EY, he manages the NCR Climate Change and Sustainability Services. His responsibilities encompass lead generation, pursuit conversion, team management, and risk mitigation. We welcome you, sir. And we have Gen Z representative as Mr. Karthik VC, MBA student, BML Munjal University.
The panel will be moderated by Ms. Kavita Dasan, Head of Talent Management and Employee Engagement at Sajna. Ms. Dasan is a business leader with a sterling career spanning almost 2 decades. She has demonstrated exceptional skills in managing large-scale ramp-ups and navigating the complexities of talent retention. Her areas of specialization include cultivating performance-driven cultures, orchestrating the career progression of the millennial workforce, adeptly mapping talent, and skillfully managing employee expectations. Her extensive professional journey includes notable stints in prominent firms such as DCM Shriram Limited, Z, DHFL, ABP Network, and her current role at Suzlon. We welcome you, ma'am. Now, I would request Ms. Dasan and all the panel members to please come on the stage. Now, I request Ms. Dasan to initiate the panel discussion.
Okay, guys. Good evening. आप लोग बोर हो चुके हैं? Should we make an attempt to bore you further? Okay. See, our intent is to keep it light, engaging, and most importantly, it's important for you to learn. Industry में होता क्या है? I think most of the things is available in Google. They teach you more than probably everybody else does. So our idea is that we talk about real experience, what is happening in the industry, and get to know more which prepares you for your tomorrow. So let's, and we'll see if we can take some questions towards the end. Worldwide it is said that Gen Z is the most eco-conscious generation. This is also a generation which is teaching other generations, inspiring actually other generations to follow sustainability. It's Gen Z who's seen the most. They've been born in the midst of climate change, global warming, pollutions, plastic waste, and the list goes on. So, you know, it's something they're acutely aware of, they're mindful about, and it's a way of life for them. It's this generation which has inspired other generations to follow the lead in sustainability. And that's also the reason why they're called disruptors. So Gen Z, kudos to all of you for being the lead champions there. With that, let's start with some interesting discussion here. I think I should start from you. So my question to you would be that when you are going to campuses, getting Gen Z at a workforce level, how are you connecting sustainability, ensuring that the workforce is, which is a purpose-led workforce, is engaged in your work area?
Yeah. So that's a very important question, I would say. Gen Z, as you mentioned, they are the disruptors. They are the one who are bringing the change. They are the ambassador, they are the change agents, I would say. And when I say this thing, all of you who are sitting here, you are the torch bearer. When we go out to the campuses, the energy that they bring in when we take them on board, it's fabulous. They are loaded with ideas. You know, whatever they have learned, that's one aspect. But other one which is there is they have their own thought process. They think on their own. They come up with logics. So if you explain anything, you need to be sure that what kind of communication you would be having with them. If you provide them the reasoning, if you provide them the logic, they are there with you. But yes, at the same time, I would say they come up with something very unique in them. And you all carry that. So as you mentioned, we do not want to load this discussion. I really want them to understand their potential, which is very important. And when we hire them, that is what we look for. Because they are fresher, we understand they are not carrying that experience. It is the skill set that they have and what is their potential and how they would gel with the culture that we have at Emerson. So those are the things I would say that we majorly look for when we hire them on board.
So culture fitment?
Yes.
And the energy they bring.
Energy that bring. And I think here it's full of energy. The hall is full of energy.
Great, great. You all have a job in emotion. Kriti, over to you. Especially with the industry you are in, something which, aviation is something which I'm sure everybody fancy and being Boeing. If you can share your experience and as a corporate citizen, as a corporate organization, what are you doing in area of sustainability? How is aviation changing? It'll be interesting to know.
As you rightly said, that it's a very fascinating space.
Mic closer. Mic
uh,
closer.
Okay. So, as you rightly mentioned, it's an industry which is fascinated by many, and when we talk about sustainability, a lot of ownership is also taken by by our aviation industry. Let me just take you through with some of the levers which we are pulling in aviation to focus on sustainability. It is a very, very talked about issue, especially when we have environmental specialists like Greta Thunberg and many such people who are Gen Z, and they are holding the torch for us. So coming back to aviation industry, if I talk about, there are various initiatives that we are taking towards the sustainability. And when I talk about sustainability, we are focusing on carbon emission. A lot of effort is done on the equipment design. When I say equipment, in our terms, equipment is the aircraft, the engine design. We are also looking into hybrid equipment, which is which runs on sustainability, the sustainable fuel, which is called SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel. A very important initiative in the aviation industry that is driven globally. It is on carbon emission, this reporting, which is called CORSIA initiative. And in this, what happens is that every airline, they publish their carbon emission, and they also then invest money towards the projects who reduce carbon emission to, to balance out the emission that they have done in the environment and balance it out with the, with the projects which are going to conserve sustainability, which are towards sustainability. And this is done globally by ICAO. Now, the third thing is that every airline across the world, along with the solution providers like us, Boeing, we are consciously educating airlines and regulatory how to work towards efficient fuel management, how to work towards the flight path management so that they don't have to take longer route, which means that they don't have to burn more fuel, which means that there will be reduction in the carbon emitted because of the fuel burn. And that is a program that is run at various levels. Now, every airline has those programs, and wherein they are monitoring, they are evaluating various ways of conserving fuel, which is the biggest cost, which is also the biggest driver in carbon emission. With this, so these are some of the levers in the aviation industry and the initiatives which are run globally. Now, when I talk about Gen Z, I personally, I feel that while we have started this journey at our level, we look towards you to continue this journey. As my colleague rightly said, that you all have, have so many ideas, a lot of, innovation will come from you. So we look towards you to continue this journey in a very effective way, because we can only start it and hand it over to you. It's your journey moving forward as a generation ahead of us to take it to the next level. So this is what I think, and this is a bit about how in aviation industry we are putting a foot forward towards this.
Great. Thank you, Kriti. I have read somewhere the Gen Z is so conscious that they are actually reducing on the flying only because of the emission that happens. So this should actually settle them.
So to answer that, very soon you will see programs run by airline where passengers who are conscious towards it, they can make some contribution towards a project to offset the carbon emitted during the travel in the flight time. So you do have an option. Don't stop flying, because we are in the business because of you.
You're true to your profession. Let's make a sales pitch. Okay, next question to you. There's a lot that's been spoken about ESG across, and with Gen Z especially, the workforce sitting here, which is going to be hitting the workforce very soon. I think it'll be interesting if you can explain what it is, the impact of it, and how each one of them should be aware so they can be contributing more towards it,
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. So ESG has become a most important topic now. So for that, I need to state some facts so that people will get the perspective. Of course, the students. I know most of you are engineering graduates with background, or maybe some science graduates, plus the MBA ones, the ideal ones to handle this subject of ESG. So if you look at ESG, ESG is broadly environment, social, and governance. So why suddenly it gained importance? Okay, if you look at last 2 years of the Global Economic Forum report, right? It talks about more than 40 risks globally which affects the entire world. The top 5 risks that you could pick up is that number 1, it talks about the climate action failure. Second, it talks about the social inequality. Third, talks about digital inequality. And fourth, also talks about the social cohesion. You all know what's happening around the world. And the fifth, it's also talking about some economic impact in some LDC related countries. But this is just, you can see only climate action failure is just one of the risks. But if you look at what is the future projection, in the next 2 years, out of the top 5 risks, 2 risks are going to be from climate action. So one is the heat stress, second is extreme weather. 5 to 10 years, all top 5 risks are going to come from climate action failure. So that's where this particular topic, especially the climate change, has gained importance. And climate change, when it gains importance, obviously everybody would be interested to look at the disclosure from different companies, right? Disclosures in the sense what kind of an activity. For example, Kirti was alluding about the activities that aviation industry is talking about. Similarly, Kavita was talking about I think probably she'll talk about the P&U, power and utility, or the activities that they take towards mitigation of climate change, right? So the future projection looks like there is going to be a lot of climate-related risks. Then every company needs to focus on their disclosures. Its disclosures is not just, you just go out and publish what you're doing. When you disclose, you will disclose transparently. At the same time, you also need to disclose the performance of how the company is going to go in future. So it's not, we can only think of some kind of a conventional method. We need to be disruptive in nature. That's where we all look at the technology. We all look at, what are the new interventions strategic interventions that the company needs to pick it up. And that's what this young force is going to focus on, because that's the level of involvement. I mean, I'll give you another stats. Basically, you also would have heard about the word net zero, right? A lot of people talk about net zero. Even India also spoke about net zero, right? So we all said that, there is a science-based target initiative which talks about net zero is basically that you have to reduce your emissions by at least 90% when you touch the target area, which is 2050. So 90% today, if you see, we are about 3 gigatons of CO2, and we have to cut down by 90%, which is it's humongous for that matter. Like it's massive. So how are you going to do that? That's where you will have all the strategic interventions. There is a lot of regulation which is going to be there. There is going to be a lot of policy support that you will get. You must be seeing that. You must have heard about the green hydrogen, where there is a lot of push. There is an electric vehicles. There is a lot of push. Renewable energy, like we also have committed that we'll go for about 500 gigawatt of cumulative installed capacity by 2030. That's another huge push. So wherever possible, the country has taken up a huge measures to have a vision to reduce their emissions. So who is going to implement all of these things? That implementation will definitely come into your hands. Of course, we are doing it currently with all the support, all the people here. So we are one way or the other, we are contributing to the overall climate change mitigation and adaptation options. And at one fine day that we'll obviously, you all will come and then you will start taking the relay and then, start moving forward, so that one way or the other, we have to cut down the emissions. So we only have time, probably another, say, 40, 50 years to act on it. And whenever the temperature, the average temperature increases, the global average temperature increases to, say, 1.5 degrees or so, then there is going to be a lot of repercussions. So this is a nutshell which I want to talk about, ESG, but ESG is actually an ocean. I can even talk for about an hour. But, just come to a point, I just want to touch upon certain important points. Of course, I will be happy to answer more questions.
Sure. No, great. I think that's very insightful, guys. India targets that 2070, we will be net zero. And this is something where the journeys begin. And I think this is definitely something I would urge all of you as youngsters to read more about ESG, understand, because wherever you're joining, the purpose is something where you connect better and contribute. So Karthik, over to you. As a Gen Z representative, yes, like ma'am says, are you, and I'm trying to understand from your perspective, and of course all the Gen Z here, that when you guys go to buy something, so it could be anything that you're purchasing, do you really look at sustainability as an angle?
I believe absolutely, ma'am. We do that. And before that, I just want to thank all of you here. And it's an honor to share the panel with you. And also to the dignitaries here and my fellow batchmates. Thank you for the opportunity. To the answer to the question, yes, ma'am. Every time, even if we look at, say, for example, the kind of products, even if it's a face wash, the normal products, the day-to-day products that we use, the companies like Mama Earth, Parastomar, the kind of products that they manufacture are totally based on organic products only. And we understand that if these products are made out of chemical elements, then once it is processed, once it is used, then once we discard it, it goes into the soil. And it's going to come back, and it's going to be a problem for us. And we totally understand that. So whenever we go out and buy products, if there is an opportunity for us to actually buy something which is organic, we absolutely do it. But one major challenge that Gen Z population mostly faces is, one is that most of us would be in a regular first level of a job, so the pay wouldn't be that much high, and the rest of them would probably be students. So the kind of purchasing power we would be having would be quite less. So the organic products, for manufacturing them, as you would all understand, it's a bit on the expensive end. And the price will also, it's a problem for us as well. Being students and basically having low-paying jobs, that is a problem. So that is one major problem that we face. Apart from that, whenever we have that opportunity, we'll try and go and buy that. Even if it's cars, if you look at it, take an example of Tata Nexon. Nexon has an EV model as well. The EV option is considerably expensive than the gasoline version. People do want to buy the EV option, but again, the purchasing power is not there yet for us to actually go and do that. So that is one thing that I wanted to talk about.
Absolutely, I respect what you're saying and understandable, but at least the intent is there and I'm sure there'll be a market for that. So interesting perspective. I'm coming back to you before we go to the other panelist. How do you communicate effectively with Gen Z? Considering the attention span is less, I mean, I don't know if it's a myth or reality, but that's what has been said and I'm sure you guys can vouch for it. But what are the effective ways of communicating?
I believe it is to, they do not, at least Gen Zs, a lot of us, do not like to be given orders because we want to do things on our own. It should feel, I mean, it should hit us. I should feel that I should be given reasons. If you tell me, if you give me statistics like Sir was giving me, like this is the reason we have to cut down by 90% and we are here, this is what is going to happen if you do not do it. If you let me know that, then I'll create my own perception of what is happening. And I'll have my own reasons. And then I'll effectively just go and do it. I do not need to be handheld, is what I believe.
Brilliant. I think this is for all the leaders in the room,
Right.
that they want logic, and ma'am.
I want to add on to this. And it was during lunchtime, and I was talking to Karthik, and I said, I have two Gen Zs at home. And it's not so easy to explain it to them. And you need to come up with all those logic, all those reasoning. And the same thing that we are seeing in our office also. So all those new interns or GTs who are there, they are full of energy. They need to have proper reasoning with whatever initiative that we come up with. And that's a very good part, because how best we can utilize their energy, that depends on us, millennials or Gen X, Gen Y. So it all depends on us how we are utilizing. So we actually utilize them by creating one sustainability group, lead that group, come up with the ideas, put the initiatives across, see in the office, in our office, that how you can reduce carbon footprints, how you can, we call them green squad. So this green squad is basically working on water consumption, noting that, how they can reduce the electricity. They suggested that, yes, have that motion censored, light points, electricity or light bulbs. So apart from LEDs and all those things, we said, okay, let's have that motion based. So these are some of the things that they come up with. And if you explain it to them, they are very much onto it, that they understand that what conditions that we all are going through, be it pollution. Delhi is high on pollution, November, December are like the worst months. So they are very conscious onto that, and I completely agree with you on that, Karthik. Yeah.
No, absolutely. And I think participative leadership style is what they prefer over the authoritarian one. So thank you so much for explaining. I had another question for you. In your sector, you are managing hydro, solar, wind, and these are all very complicated processes. I mean, all said and done, wind turbine, a WTG itself is a challenge, the meters and the heights to a solar panel, to a hydro. How do you manage employee safety, especially with Gen Z there, and how do you ensure, I mean, you explained the green squad things, but at the site level, at a ground level, how does this happen? Please let us know a little more.
Yeah. So let me first let you know that, yes, Emerson, overall we manage multiple sites. It's not only in India, but
How many sites?
So there are around more than 70,000 sites that we are across world areas. But it's all divided. So basically from Noida, we have the project sites pertaining to power and renewable. So thermal power, or we talk about renewable, as you mentioned, solar or wind turbine. And it's not so easy when you have such a huge turbine to be put up there, and people need to go up. So there's harness which is there. But before going there, all those things, there is a proper training which is provided to them. There is a test which we conduct, where are they scared of height? Because sometimes they themselves do not know whether they are the right people to go and climb up the wind turbine. So there's a vertical limit that we call. So that test happens. There's proper harnessing which is there. There is a lift inside the wind turbine which takes them up on the top of the turbine, and that's how they manage it. Apart from that, power projects which are being managed from here. Those power projects, like you call it, those are the thermal power. They are the base for where we have all those end-to-end engineering, and safety is very important for them. So, and that is very important when we talk about and when we ask them to go on to the field, they ask these questions back, and that is very important for all of you to understand that yes, do not stop asking the question related to your safety. And companies, we are there to support you. We are there to help you out, assist you on that. Because employee safety is the first. That is the priority. So there is an HSC department, there is sustainability, which takes care of all these things.
Interesting, very interesting. Just to share, we make wind turbines. So we're the largest manufacturers.
I know, Suzlan.
Absolutely. So Kriti, over to you. From your organization perspective, do you feel that in your experience, you must be handling geographies and Boeing is present all across the globe. Is there pressure from Gen Z, the demand on sustainability, different from a global perspective? Awareness level in India versus globally, if you have worked with generations there, is there, you see a difference or you see the similar trend?
It's a very interesting question. Let me attempt to answer, and let's see how far I go in doing justice to this question. So globally, when we look towards Europe, US, the western side of the globe, so let's imagine the entire world as a region. And when we look towards US and Europe, that is where let me take a step back and share how any such initiative becomes successful. Any such initiatives, the ownership lies at every level, right from the regulatory to the government authority to the service providers who manufacture various components for the industry and the service providers who execute services in that industry, and any such initiative who ownership lies at every level. So there are 5 key stakeholders who should be involved. They will get involved when they're aware, and they have an incentive to adopt this change. What's in it for me? So that is one perspective. Now let me share about the region. I lead South Asia region, and I will give you a perspective based on my experience. So when I look into US and Europe, the government authorities have launched various programs to incentivize airlines to offset their carbon emission. Now there are 2 ways to do it. One, find operational efficiency, find efficient equipment, run programs wherein you can track, trace, and fix it. So, and incentivize people who run those programs so that they actually execute the SOPs that you have put in place to reduce carbon emission. So there are programs, they get incentivized. That is why airlines are adopting it. Now, as we are moving towards East, there is a awareness, there is curiosity, but I do see that the mindset to adopt is still, we have to cover a distance there. Because for us, we are scarce nations. We want every dollar to last long. As he rightly identified that, organic is expensive. So we will do it when we can afford it. And that's where everything boils down. Let me give you an example of this South Asia region. I get a lot of a lot of curious questions, and there are a lot of interest expressed towards it, towards efficiency and carbon emission, what it is all about, how we can participate. Government authorities are curious about it, but there is a bit of resistance in executing it. Airlines, for them, it is higher cost, but we are very cost-sensitive region. How do they incur extra cost to reduce their carbon emission while maintaining the same ticket price for you to fly efficiently, economically? And very soon you will see a fuel surcharge being levied on your travel. So air travel, that is an extra cost that will be moved to the customer itself. However, because airlines are getting aware and they want to go towards it, we are getting aware, we are doing our bit in putting a very efficient equipment which costs more, because there is engineering, there is research, there is higher quality of material. Then there's sustainable aviation fuel, which is derived from non-fossil this items. So everything adds up. So when we give them at a higher cost, because it is costing us more, they will have a higher operational cost, and there will be impact on your flying cost as well. It's just a matter of few months. Now, that's about how the industry is moving, and they're moving slow, but I'm glad to see that there is, when I look at 5 years ago, there is immense amount of awareness that I see, and it is largely because of new, I would say younger generation who got added into the workforce, who are questioning, who are asking questions, who are bringing insights that why can't we do it this way? What is the limitation and what is stopping us from doing this thing? And that is where the journey starts, when you start looking into what is stopping us from doing this, and is it worth enough for us to address it, to solve those things which are stopping us. So yes, we are moving towards it, but we are still behind because our government is not incentivizing anyone to reduce carbon emission. On this note, let me ask the audience here, does anybody know that which is the first country in the world who has a negative carbon emission? Does anyone, you can raise your hand, and because I can't hear you. Yes, Bhutan. And you know what? A huge clap for you. Bhutan is the only country in the world who has negative carbon emission. They end up absorbing more than they produce, because 70% of their land is made of forest. So how they are monetizing it? Countries who have more carbon emission, they are offsetting it by buying those carbon credits from Bhutan. That's how the monetization happens. You end up buying more carbon credit because you cannot stop producing more carbon. So that is a program which is running globally of offsetting carbon emission. How do you, every country is scoring towards it. There's another program which is running at this for this particular sustainability thing. So with this, I hope I made a justice to your question.
So thank you so much. I think it's enlightening to know how countries are exchanging their carbon credits. I think also the fact that the flying cost is going to go up, guys. Book your tickets prior. And an interesting one, which is a very loud message by Kriti and the panelists here, that don't change yourself. It's you who decide. Keep questioning. So all those generations, the elder generations keep telling you, why do you question? Why do you do this? No, it's the why of you that makes you disruptors. On that note, my last question to you before we open the floor for the questions here. Being in consultancy, being with E&Y, you must be dealing with so many organizations, so many corporates. Over the years, in your experience, how do you think companies, one, they're becoming more aware, and of course, we spoke about ESG, we spoke about so many things here. And how is the participation of Gen Z being seen in your experience while you're dealing with the corporates and other stakeholders?
Yeah, so I've seen so many, even in my office as well, I have almost like, I'm managing about 70-member team. So, I mean, I would say more than 50% of Gen Z. So what I always tell them, rather than what I see, I always tell them that, please keep in your mind that in your life, we have to do sales, for sure. There's no doubt about it, whether you're an engineer or a science graduate, whatever. So sales is important. So then again, we tell them 2 points. Again, in sales, 2 things are important for you. One is empathy, second is clarity. These are the simple things that we, inform the Gen Zs. And as Karthik was talking about, there are certain areas where, where the cost, again, Karthik, I'll answer your question. The cost is very high, and we need to look at it. I would say that probably we need to go a little deeper to understand where exactly you need to bring more clarity. For example, even I take an example, please don't, without any offense for that matter. See, you was talking about electric vehicle. I would suggest that you're looking only from the capital cost perspective. If you look at the total cost of ownership of that vehicle, right? Obviously, electric vehicles are going to be economical compared to the any ICE vehicles, which is internal combustion engine vehicles. So this is this just give an answer. There are many things which are there. Of course, you are saying currently, you also mentioned about the pay packets, which initially someone to pick it up. Again, that's a factor, but still, I'm saying from the just give an answer for that. So from the Gen Z, what we expect from the consulting is that sales is basically not only that I'm not asking you to sell in a solution. I'm not asking you to sell in a product. What I'm all trying to say is that whatever that you would like to, or maybe you will in future that you would like to communicate to any clients, any organization for that matter, 2 important things. One is empathy, second is clarity. If we have these 2 things, I think you guys will be phenomenal. This is simple thing. Not only if E&Y looks at it, every organization, whenever I go to any organization, even today morning also we had a board meeting. The meeting is very, very simple. If you look at it, the expectations are very simple. They just want to understand in a more simplistic way, no complex calculation, because back of the mind we have all the complex calculation. So finally, it comes to only 2 things, yes or no, right? There's nothing beyond it. So in order to take that yes or no, you can have all the analysis, everything can go behind you, and if we can able to present it with the clarity and empathy, you will be able to be definitely successful. And of course, this is the most important thing, even with respect to the ESG and climate change also, if we pick it up, because we need to have more strategy, we need to have more clarity, we need to look at the depth. At the same time, when you're presenting it, it should be more simple and lucid.
Brilliant, thank you so much, and it's a very powerful one, guys. Many of you, when you're choosing your majors, you will say sales nahi karna hai. But reality is, irrespective of the line you choose, you will be doing sales. In HR, I've done more sales than anywhere else. All my stakeholders are around. Finance does sales does sales, everybody does sales. So you also do sales, right? Negotiate with your parents and so on. So I think that's a part of life, and yes, a very powerful message there. Karthik, last one to you. When it comes to your dreams and aspirations, we say Gen Z is very aware, they are multi-skilled. Skill stacking is what they do. And I'm sorry, diverting a little. How sustainable is Gen Z towards their career? As in, I know 5 years, 10 years. Do you really think 60 as a retirement?
Ma'am, one thing is that let us look at the, let's say, let's take an example of somebody looking for a job. If it's a Gen Z person, at least for me, I'll talk from my end. So if I'm looking for a job, if the company really resonates with sustainability, they really look into those factors which really work towards climate change, which works in favor of climate change. If that is the case, then I would be more willing to join that company. So that is one thing that is absolutely there. And I believe that's there in pretty much all of the other Gen Z members as well. So we really look into it. And in a couple of years, and also, even if I'm going into a job, my dream job, if you would ask me, is to go and work for SpaceX. Was the initial my thought process. But now that our country has been doing remarkably well in the space area, and when we are looking at space, what we are trying to do is we are going outside, we're going to the moon, going to the south pole of the moon, try and extract ethanol, which would actually be helpful in reducing the carbon footprint of our whole country. So that's a brilliant thing. So that is the kind of things that I would like to do personally. And the answer to your question, I believe it somewhat answers it, but yeah, this is what I feel.
No, great. Thank you so much. I think it's important because as organizations also, they struggle to attract and retain the Gen Z in a longer way. But if it is purpose-led and if it is connecting, why not? So with that, guys, we leave the floor open. If there's any question from the audience, we'll be happy to take. It's not every day such eminent panelists are there. So please feel free. Anybody, any question? Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, before that, I have one question. Can I ask that? Right, to all of you. So you understand that as Gen Zs, and as pretty much everyone, we would like to work from home, remote work. Because one thing...
Saving.
Right.
Carbon emission.
Right. Carbon emission is one thing, so people will not be traveling that much, and you don't have to rent out office spaces anymore, and we can just work from home. And people were quite happy with that. Initially, when COVID struck, people had a major problem with that. They thought that it wouldn't work out, but it did work out, and it was quite feasible as well. But then why are we switching back to going to office if we are saving a lot of money on carbon emission on carbon emissions?
Interesting. Anybody in the panel?
That's a very interesting question. And during COVID, or I would say COVID has taught many new things to us. What we earlier thinking that it cannot be done, COVID made us to do all those things. So one thing which is there to answer your question, the first thing is we are all human and we are social by nature. So many companies are going on a hybrid mode. They are suggesting that yes, they have this flexibility, I would say, that you choose your days to come to office, talk to your team, be collaborative, and at Emerson, overall across globe, we allow people, I won't say we allow people, but yes, we suggest them to be in office at least twice in a week. And one day has to be a collaborative day. So when it is collaborative, it is more of a social scale. You reduce your screen time. That is also another way to reduce the carbon footprint. And it's easy. When you are sitting with 4 people, you just go there and, okay, this is what I need, this information, what I'm seeking. So it is more from the psychological safety aspect, I would say. That yes, you ask people to be in a hybrid mode, because we have seen during COVID time when it was complete lockdown, the kind of mental stress which was there. There were a number of sessions that organizations pardon? Yeah, so the next session which is there, they will be talking about all that well-being. But yes, that is also one of the reasons to have that collaboration, to have more teamwork, team bonding. The companies are suggesting to go for hybrid instead of completely work from home or completely work from office. Yeah, you wanted to add on something, please?
So do you use air conditioner at home?
Yes, sir.
So your window split? Split or window?
Split.
So I'll give you a perspective, then you will rethink. So every hour that you consume 1.5 kilowatt of electricity, if you split, if you go to office, you will consume only 0.5 kilowatt, that too free. Okay, so work from home is going to be expensive for you, so think about it. So, I mean, this on a lighter note, I'm saying. So I would prefer people coming to office. To be honest with you, I mean, last she was also talking about. I mean, we ask people to take the liberty to come to office. Number one, there is going to be a lot of team discussion which happens in the office, because whenever you do a strategic discussion that you do, it's very important that it's not that you hear what do you hear, right? It's all about the body language, it's all about the eye contact, it's all about like what people think about it. Okay, and if you talk to me, say for example, you may not know that if I'm just keep looking at my mobile like this, you won't like it, right? So you will not even know when I'm looking at it, right? So it's number one, we tell the client, tell people to at least come to office maybe three days a week, so that you will have that kind of a bonding. There's a team bonding, because you will be working with almost 70 people, so you will have a team bonding, and then you will have friends. Then that these friends will go in life. Second, it's not that only the 70 people that you work in the team. You will grow up in the career. When you have to grow up in the career, you will not be able to generate business on your own. For example, I may not know tomorrow I may be working with her, or maybe with her. There is a high possibility, because then how you will build that? There is I'm in a climate change department. There is another vertical which is internal audit. There is another vertical which is consulting. There is another vertical which is IT. So it's important for me to connect with all of them. You will join as maybe a consultant or associate consultant, and then when you grow up, they also grow up. One fine day you will become a partner, they'll also become a partner. And if there is no contact, then it will be very, very difficult for people to generate, or they can become their entrepreneurs, right? Because what consulting is talking about about entrepreneurs, right? Entrepreneurs, it's very difficult to just start on their own. So you need support of so many people. So that's the reason we wanted to ask the team to, come to our office at least twice, so that, they will be able to engage.
Hello everyone. My name is Sakshi Shauran and I'm from MBA first year. My question is for Gokul sir. Sir, how is EY aligning its operations and strategies to the current situation of climate change, and also considering the fact that there is an increase in expectation from Gen Z regarding the same?
So you want to understand how is our strategy for climate change?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we as an organization, what we try to look at is that we go deep when it comes to strategy, especially the net zero strategy or maybe the climate change strategy. So what we try to look at, especially from the Gen Zs, is that the research that we do. Okay, we expect the Gen Z to look at the research which is sharp, broad, and deep. This is what exactly we look at from the people, because if the research is not sharp, broad, and deep, the output that we expect is going to be, is not going to be very shallow, right? So we need that in-depth assessment. So that's the fundamental. When we all onboard people, this is the fundamental thing that you do. Second, that we also look at how they present themselves in front of the client, right? I told about the empathy and clarity. So this is very critical for us. Whatever that the analysis that we do, we make the people directly to present to the client. It's not that, okay, we all will be there for that matter, but we will make them to present in front of the client, because that analysis is being done by them. If, what client does, that they will go first level 0, then level 1, level 2, they just keep going deep, right? If we do not have answers, at least say 3 levels, the client will not have that kind of a, they'll come to a conclusion, okay, fine, I think they have not done enough research. So the expectations, if I understood your question correctly, when it comes to strategy and operation, our first and foremost thing is that, we want the people to look at very sharp and broad and deep assessment, so that the analysis is robust and we don't fail. I think I answered your question.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Atul. I represent a company called Metaforce. Very interesting facts about carbon trading business, which is a billion-dollar industry today. But don't you think that we all, people from the earlier generation are creating a facade for Gen Z or the next generations to come by allowing this business to be legalized? Because this is something like that, I have more money, I can't control my carbon emission. I'll go to Bhutan, I'll purchase their credits, and I can go by with anything. Instead of reducing my carbon emissions and making a positive impact in the climate, in the world's climate. When on a global scale, if we don't have clean air, it doesn't matter if I have more money or less money. How does it make the impact? So my question to you is, or to the panel is, are we doing the right thing by legalizing the carbon trading business? Because the governments are playing with each other. They're paying money, or they're penalizing each other, or they're giving incentives to each other. But overall, on a global scale, is that helping the climate condition to get better?
Thank you for bringing this question. So I will share my point of view based on whatever exposure I have. We need to think beyond our country, that we are India or anyone else, and let's start thinking about our entire globe, as you rightly said. And each country is a unit which has a capacity to reduce the carbon emission or create a plan wherein they can reduce carbon emission in the coming future, just like India committed to some level of commitment towards it. Now, at the same time, there is another unit, say another country, which has the capability to have, which is net zero. They do not have any carbon footprints, and they have extra carbon credit. So why not to encourage that country and invest money there so that it can be, balanced out. If I am not able to reduce my carbon emission in my country, but I am on that plan, but what am I doing today? So today, just to ensure that I'm committed to this cause, I take out some part of my money and encourage another country to invest that money so that at least it can be offset from that part of the globe. So rather than country, we have to look at it as a unified globe, that if I'm not able to do it, let me offset it from somewhere so that I'm committed to it. And as you rightly said, there is an international program, Corsia, which is going on, and it will be legalized very soon. A lot of programs, they are getting approvals done. There are a lot of paperwork happening. So when the carbon credits will be bought, they will be bought from only and only authorized projects. So right now, a lot of projects are selling carbon credits which are not even legalized and which are not even, have enough credibility to them. So in years from now, these programs will have enough credentials to them so that one can buy legal credits, carbon credits, to offset their emission.
But having said that, it doesn't mean that they will do nothing as a country too. This is just an additional thing that she was mentioning.
Yes, I'm not saying that nothing should be done. I'm just saying that the carbon credit trading will become another business for the governments to run instead of helping the climate in a positive manner.
No,
It's a two-pronged strategy. I think it's a two-pronged strategy. While you can't impact today, you are executing a plan. This is another way of, making indirect contribution to the environment. And it will be legalized. There's no wrong in it. What we need to be mindful about is that we should not encourage, what do we say, this carbon credit trade from unauthorized agencies. It needs to be legalized. They should have credentials which are approved by the authority so that this trading is legalized. And that is something in formation as me and you are talking about it.
Yeah, I will probably answer it in a different way. You're looking at carbon credits as that, as if like a villain. But if it's actually a climate finance, right? That's a terminology that you should use, right? So what is climate finance basically? If you pick up any carbon credit project, like Suslan is like, they are putting up a lot of windmills, right? If you look at in the absence of they manufacturing windmills and they don't install windmills, what would have happened? We would be burning more coal, right? So this is the first thing when you look at from the carbon credits, right? In the absence of any energy efficiency, renewable energy, waste management, agriculture management, probably the aviation, sustainable fuel management, if you pick up any of these projects, in the absence of this, what would have happened is what you need to look at it. So in the absence of this, a fossil fuel-based power plant would have been installed. That's the first thing. Number two, if they are going to put up a project, that project should be financially feasible. He also spoke about electric vehicles, and he clearly mentioned that it's a capital intensive, the product for that matter. Even if you put up a product, entire plant also is going to be very intensive, right? If a particular, project is highly capital intensive, if the revenue is not going to come, right? So that's where the projects are getting converted into credits, and there are buyers who are interested to invest in the form of a climate finance, so that the project will have a marginal returns, so that you will be able to generate, say for example, if I buy an ICE vehicle, it's going to cost me about 15 lakhs, whereas if you go for an electric vehicle, it's going to cost me 20 lakhs, right? Suppose if I'm getting an incentive, because government is giving an incentive of tax rebate, right? So I think you only pay about 5%, not 28% like other costs. Yeah. So this marginal money is going to improve my returns.
Agreed, yes.
Right? So that's the objective of carbon credits. By the way, India is also going to have carbon credit market very soon. Okay? That's point number two. Point number three, you also need to look at from the other countries. If you look at Europe, Europe has started with carbon border adjustment mechanism. Yes. Basically what they're trying to do is, whatever the product that they import, they would like to evaluate what is the carbon footprint of that product.
And they're going to put additional duty on that.
They are going to put additional duty on that. Yeah. They're going to charge 82 euros per ton. For example, 1 ton of steel will emit about 2.2 tons of carbon dioxide. Carbon Imagine the amount of steel that we export to you, and you have to pay so much of money. This is a cash outflow. Yeah. So if you have a carbon credit market within India, then what happens that, what Europe is trying to look at, okay, do you have a market which is there? Are you focusing on, carbon markets? Yes, we do focus on carbon markets. That's the purpose of, carbon credits. It's not that, probably, I think I would have given a better perspective to
Understood. Thank you.
So guys, on that note, thank you so much for your time, patience, and thank you so much, panelists, for your insightful view. Thank you.
I must say, the discussion was quite informative. Saving the environment comes with a hefty price, and quite literally and monetarily. With this, we have come to end of our second panel discussion.
I request all the members to please come forward, and I request Dr. Ritu Chikara to join the stage and hand over the mementos to the members. Ma'am. Mr. Gokul Pandyan. Ms. Kirti Gupta. Ms. Supriya Sharma. Ms. Kavita Dasan. Mr. Karthik VC.
Thank you all panel members. Due to the paucity of time, we will start straight away with the third panel discussion.
Panel 3 will now commence. The topic is Gen Z and wellness, adopters and promoters. Gen Z is the most diverse and knowledgeable generation yet. They are the first to grow up with social media and internet, which has given them access to a wealth of information about wellness. They are more likely to be exposed to diverse cultures and perspectives, which has made them more open-minded about different approaches to well-being. Gen Z has been quite vocal about mental health awareness and struggle.
For the panel 3, we have with us Ms. Chavi Chibber, Director at Bain & Company, New Delhi. She has over 17 years of work experience in the consulting industry and has led more than 200 plus team member knowledge program for Bain & Company in India, responsible for driving the team's strategy and operations. She started her career with McKinsey & Company, followed by Bain & Company for a 9-year-long tenure, garnering diverse exposure across many global teams. In 2016, ma'am joined BlackRock for a tenure of 3 years and returned back in 2019 for another stint. She is someone who is passionate about building and growing teams and championing diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. We welcome you, ma'am.
Next, we have Ms. Kavita Dasan, Head of Talent Management and Employee Engagement at Suzlon. Ms. Dasan is a business leader with a sterling career spanning almost 2 decades. She has demonstrated exceptional skills in managing large-scale ramp-ups and navigating the complexities of talent retention. Her areas include cultivating performance-driven cultures, orchestrating the career progression of the millennial workforce, adeptly mapping talent, and skillfully managing employee expectations. Her extensive professional journey includes notable stints in prominent firms such as DCM, Sridham Limited, Z, DHFL, ABB Network, and her current role at Suzlon. We once again welcome you, ma'am.
Our third panel member is Ms. Raisa Naim, Director of People and Culture Division at Grant Thornton Bharat for past 6.5 years, having a total of more than 13 years of work experience in conceptualizing, designing, and implementation of frameworks and intervention to create the best employee experience. She has worked in diverse industries like consulting, banking, telecommunications, and information technology, and possesses a wide pool of expertise in the respective areas. During her career, she has led diverse portfolios and worked closely with key stakeholders to strategize and execute the firm's employee initiatives. We welcome you, ma'am.
And Gen Z representative for this panel is Ms. Arushi Sharma, MBA student, BML Munjal University. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Ritu Chikara. Dr. Chikara serves as an Associate Professor of Marketing and Sustainability with over 15 years of experience spanning industry, research, and academia. She is the Head of Research at Center for Sustainability Research and Advocacy, CSRA, in BML Munjal University. I request all the members to please come on the stage. Now, I request Dr. Chikara to start the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Great. So are we all awake? Okay, wonderful. So with a very warm heart, I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists for today's discussion on this very important topic, which is the last but definitely not the least. I think it is one of the very, very important topics pertaining to the university also and to all of us, right? As faculties of the university or as students, I think it's a very important topic because a lot has been discussed in the, I would say, the COVID and more in the post-COVID time on the wellness of us first as humans and then as whatever role we are playing in the society, in the organization that we are part of. So wherever, in whatever way we are placed, I think our wellness becomes prerogatory and imperative in defining what we will do in our roles that we are playing, whether it is as a student or as a professional, every day in life, the role that we are playing, our wellness becomes important for that. So with that note, I think this discussion on Gen Z and wellness is very, very timely and it's important. The mental, the emotional and the physical wellness of our youth has been a subject of discussion and it affects us all. As our younger generation or young generation is set to inherit the world, we must equip them with the tools, with the knowledge, with the resilience required to navigate the path seamlessly, progressively, in a growth-oriented manner. And that is what the discussion for today is going to be. So our panelists for today are Ms. Chavi Chibber. I welcome you, Chavi. She represents Bain & Company as the director. Ms. Kavita Dasan, Head Talent Management and Employee Engagement at Suzlon. Ms. Raisa Naeem, Director People and Culture at Grant Thornton, Bharat. So welcome. And Ms. Arushi, our Gen Z representative for today. She is our MBA second year student, so she's going to participate in the discussion as well. So I think without further ado, let us now dive into the discussion. And I would like to, bring in this topic because we deal with students also at the university, all the time. And then, of course, you are in the battlefields dealing with, employees per se. So as far as, we read and we look at bring in this topic because lives, we the younger students also at the university, born between 97 and 2012 as we define battlefields we see that
dealing
on
with,
one hand, there is a lot of discussion which is happening around wellness. So as far as, whether it is physical fitness, there are so many apps, the younger which are available at the university. People are going to the gym. We see that people, of course, even students, there is, we see the trend that they are now which is happening around more. So as far as, whether it is, there are so many apps or which are available that people are going to the gym. That is happening that people. Then there is a lot of content which is available around self-help, right? So if it's about understanding, how to feel calmer, wellness programs, meditation, etc., so many techniques, yoga, we are all talking about these things. And our youth is actually utilizing these things to their benefit. But ironically, on the other hand, we also have data which says that 64% of our youth, 34% of our youth or younger generation, they are grappling with mental health issues. So it's very, is there something that we are not understanding? Is it something that, we need to look at more closely? And when we are talking about defining wellness for anybody, for somebody as a human being first, as I said, what are your perspectives on that? What do you think wellness really means for these younger people? How do they look at wellness? How important it is for them? It definitely is not just hitting the gym, or it's not just restricted to physical fitness per se. Because I think today's multitask or multitasking-oriented environments need much more than that, right? So how do they define, or how in your perspectives you think Gen Zs define, or what is new wellness in today's times? So we can start with Chavi, yeah?
Thank you, Ritu, and thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure to be back on the campus. I've been here before, and you've picked up such a relevant topic, and it is, in fact, all the discussions have been very relevant, very enriching. Mental health and wellness is very, very close to my heart, so thank you for including me in this panel. I guess you said something along the lines that it's counterintuitive, that there's so much availability and so much information out there on mental health, wellness, etc., but then more people are reporting, stress levels are high and so on. So is there something we are not understanding? I would like to bring in a slightly different perspective. I think we are understanding it a lot more now, and that is why because there is more awareness, there is data out there, people are reaching out for more help, and I'm not 100% sure how we sort of calculate this 34%, right? But the good thing is people are now going out seeking help, and that is why the data is getting tracked. And on the other hand, I feel, let's say 20 years back or 25 years back, let's say for millennials or the generations before that, there was less awareness and less availability for help. In fact, so many times, the thought of stress or whatever was very casually just shunned, right? Like it was said, oh no, what is stress, right? Like there's no such thing as stress. Just focus on your work, or just have a good meal, get some sleep, you'll feel better. So at least I think we're definitely seeing a shift there. There's more awareness, more accessibility for getting that help, and that is why more data, let's say. The point around, I think overall wellness it's really not just about mental health or just hitting the gym and so on, especially for the current generation. These are all pieces of a puzzle, so it's physical, emotional, point around everything. I think overall wellness comes together to form this holistic wellness. That's what the generation is interested in. That's what, as companies, we are talking about a lot more. We are trying to address it as much as possible, although it's an evolving dialogue. I don't think anyone's nailed it yet because it's certainly a new space and it's evolving as we speak, actually. Yeah. So, Raisa, what are your thoughts? So I was just saying that with technology in place, convenience in place, coming more evolved from the traditional system of wellness and how difficult things were for people then, now becoming so much more easier. Still, why this whole mental health issue is on the rise is what the dialogue is.
Thank you, Dr. Ritu, and a warm good evening to everybody out here. I'll start with something which should resonate with people out here is well-being is personal. Your approach to drive engagement can't be that one-size-fits-all approach. Overall, a well-being program should be comprehensive so that it supports each person, no matter where you are in your journey of well-being. Why? Because you need to keep in mind that employees will only engage if we have a solution or rather service available that's going to support them in terms of their individual needs, whether I would like to do, whether I would like to gain fitness or nutrition advice or connect to a community or even, gather personal information about myself in terms of health. So it needs to be more personalized. And if your company culture continues to prioritize well-being, you will see significant engagement and retention, and benefiting your employees, your business is of course going to be a win-win situation. Now, coming to Gen Z, Gen Z will soon surpass the millennials and become the most populous generation soon. Organizations will need new employee engagement tactics in light of this changing demographic. Young people, I can say that because I have team members, young people are not rejecting hard work and indulging in leisure. What they're actually doing is they are just prioritizing their own well-being and publicly now speaking about it that, where they hold, what is the relationship with work in their lives. And not that, they are, kind of not wanting to do it. That's also because Gen Z has been raised in an era where there is open discussion about mental health, like, you all spoke about that, versus too many years back where, people were not so open about it. It's okay to not be okay. So hence, Gen Z inclusion is critical to successful transformation for an organization. If you want to know what a Gen Z is thinking, in today's world, just walk up to them and ask them because they are very vocal about progress and they gravitate towards organizations that are open and transparent. As per data and even something which I've been running for so many years, Gen Z are more likely, or rather 3 times more likely to rank well-being at work more important compared to the older workforce. They will continue to push wellness in new directions and will be the driving force behind continued conversations, whether be it around mental health, physical health, and social health. What they are asking, or rather what are their expectations from employers is for a holistic well-being approach. More importantly, they want to be part of the solution. Now, leaders who understand this will, of course, be able to win with this authenticity-seeking cohort. Somebody, like I am driving, I'm heading wellness in my organization. We do see a change, a drastic change. Many organizations are now actively promoting holistic well-being at the workplace to help their employees be at their best, both personally and professionally. In fact, we as an organization are also extending our support to the family members in terms of lot of initiatives, because it's going to, there is a ripple effect, right? It's not an individual mental health, it's going to affect the family as well. So yes, I think, I mean, I would want to conclude with that, you know, it's something that was always there, maybe gained momentum over the time and took a different shape altogether. It has opened doors for a lot of conversations now. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very insightful. I think moving on to maybe Arushi, our Gen Z representative here. I think, Arushi, what do you think from your perspective as a younger generation, the Gen Z, how do you see these wellness challenges in your peer circle, you know, or maybe you have undergone certain challenges. So you being in that shoe, what do you think are the challenges for Gen Zs when it comes to maintaining their wellness, maintaining their physical, mental, spiritual, emotional harmony?
Hello.
Yeah.
First of all, a very good evening to our esteemed panelists and our distinguished guest. I'm really honored to be sitting here and representing Generation Z. And about the challenges, we Gen Z define wellness as not something that one size fits all. We define it as something that feels right to ourselves or to our bodies and to our minds, guilt-free. So the challenges that we face while maintaining that wellness for ourselves would be, first one would be the mental health stigma that is there. So even if we are accepting, so our generation is known to be self-deprecating and we have dark humor where we make fun of our mental health problems. We have so many memes on social medias as well. So I see it in a little positive light. I see it as we accepting our mental health problems where we want to discuss about it, where we are acknowledging that there is a problem and we are putting it out there on the table. But still we are dealing with other generations as well. We are dealing with millennials. We have our parents, we have our families. So there's still a stigma there. They do discuss about this, they want to discuss this with us, but they're still not very accepting about it. So that is one. Another problem, I think, is, as already mentioned by Karthik, when there was a panel discussion on climate change, that wellness is expensive. Even if I want to buy products that are sustainable, that are good for my skin, so even the beauty routines have changed. They're not about makeup, they're about skin routines. We want brands that are accepting us, that tell us to love ourselves, that are body positive. But then products that belong to brands like Minimalist or maybe Ordinary, they are quite expensive. I personally cannot afford these, even if I want to care for my skin, even if I want to care for myself, So that is one problem. Even the organic food and even the technology, even if I want to keep a track on how many steps I'm taking every day, what is my BMI, or what is my stress level today, these variables, these gadgets, these applications are paid, gadgets are expensive. And so I, as a student, cannot afford all of this. So that is one problem. And work-life integration is another. Even if companies know that well-being is an important part, I, as Generation Z, won't go for a company that do not value or prioritize my well-being as an employee. And Generation Z do not hesitate leaving those companies that do not prioritize them, that do not prioritize flexibility. So I think these are certain challenges that we face.
All right, that's being very open and able to articulate well. So I think, Kavita, if I may ask you that social media is playing a very important role in Gen Z's lives. They are all interconnected. They are all the time on social media, and they are being bombarded with content. They are being bombarded with pressures like how many likes, follows, and those things. There is a FOMO, which is the fear of missing out. So in all this, what is the role that technology oblique social media is playing in Gen Z's lives, being a opportunity versus a challenge?
That's a huge one, yeah. That's definitely huge. So today, if I have to track my son, who's also a Gen Z, first year student, 18-year-old, where do I find him? On Insta. So if I have to know if my son is woken up, it's his Insta that I check. So I think if we have to communicate with the Gen Z, we have to understand them well. And it's not easy. Believe me, Gen Z themselves are trying to understand themselves. You know, what are we, why are we? Because the precedences set by the older generations is that of, see, we were conformist. We all lived with the confirmation bias that our parents did this, we will follow that, my mother is a role model, my father is a role model. I don't know if Gen Z thinks like that, and I don't want to generalize any comment here, because they love their parents, but with conditions. So, you know, it's not my father has lived his life in a certain way, I'll do it. Here the technology, social media is a bigger influence for them. The role models are there. You know, if we were to say who's our role model, we'll pick up a book, we'll pick up an uncle, aunt, teacher, or, you know, somebody who's living right there. But for a Gen Z, the role model could be somebody who's living in that social media, somebody who's an influencer, made money, made some story, you know, these are the things. So, yes, technology do play a very important role, but guys, all that you see on Insta and social media may not be true, because you only put the right pictures, the best pictures, and you don't realize the impact it creates on your mental well-being. And well-being is a very vast topic. In our country, especially after COVID, we are only talking about mental well-being. We forget the real well-being starts with career well-being. Gallup defines it beautifully, and I would urge all of you to read about it. Career well-being is 70% of you, 70 to 80% of your well-being. What you do, if you love what you do, it could be on social media, it could be with technology, it could be doing anything that you love. If you are engaged in doing what you do, that's the foremost. 70 to 80% of your well-being comes from your career well-being. Followed by, of course, physical well-being, financial well-being, community well-being. The place you're living, affinity is very important. Are you socially accepted? And that is where a lot of this generation goes to social media. It is a need of a well-being that puts them to social media. It is not because maybe financial well-being, community well-being, are not understanding the place you're living, affinity is very important. Are you social? Anybody, we have to understand the real need. And it is the community well-being which, for maybe an earlier generation, was living in a community, being with the society, doing things back. This generation also does it, but maybe actively on social media. So
yeah, but whether that is the best way is definitely a question.
There is no right and wrong. But trust me, whether we like it or not, that's a devil which is going to be there.
Right.
We have to live with it.
Right.
Only we need to know, rightly, like we were discussing with Karthik also, screen time has to be reduced. Otherwise, you're living in a virtual world, you're not living in a real world. And that is something which all Gen Z should be mindful about. Reality versus the virtual reality.
Absolutely, bang on, great. So continuing with this, thought, I think, and maybe from the both of you as well, we all must have a purpose of life. We said that we should have a purpose of our life, and you said that, of course, work is an important purpose, a part of the purpose. It is definitely not the complete purpose. What happens is, and there is, again, data which says that a lot of Gen Zs, they look at, for example, fat paychecks, for example, good ranks in wherever they're working or wherever they're placed, or maybe going to the best club or going for the best holiday, that becomes the purpose. That sometimes becomes the purpose of your life. So if you ask somebody, what is the purpose? I want to be happy. How do you want to be happy? I want to own this X car or this luxury car, or, go to that destination for a glamorous holiday, for example. But purpose of life is differently defined. If you say per se again I use the word traditional, but then in traditional terms, or in research terms or scientific terms even, purpose of life is defined differently. So what is from your observation or your, understanding of this generation, do you think this is right, that their purpose may not be really what purpose is supposed to be or is? What do you think? Yeah?
I feel, and maybe I've just been very fortunate, I haven't come across a lot of folks from the Generation Z whose purpose is, say, limited to going to the best nightclubs and cars and all that. Again, and maybe the reason for that also is because most of their parents have really worked hard, and those things are taken care of to a large extent. And the Maslow's hierarchy, right? Like the basics are really well taken care of, and the purpose is, yeah, of course, you have to keep aspiring to, you keep aspiring for better material things as well. But then, because basics are taken care of, there is a bigger worldview around climate change, sustainability. I have people who work in my team, and there's one person who's a 21-year-old working on a very high impact environmental project for his city. He's not from Delhi, so he comes from Mathura, and they are running this project around cleaning Mathura. And he is so passionate about that. So I think that person has that purpose. Then there's a lot of people where their purpose is fitness, so sports, really kind of into swimming, football, etc., etc. Like that seems to be a big passion as well. And then, of course, there are people, they will have those, interests in getting the nice pictures on for Instagram after they've traveled, gone to a nice place to eat, and so on and so forth. But to be honest, like I see my mother on Instagram so often, so I don't think it's a Gen Z thing. It's just that technology is so pervasive now, and it's just everywhere. And yes, because Gen Z, I would like to just conclude by saying that because for most of Gen Z, they have had the basics taken care of, they don't need to worry so much about showing off to some extent, is what I would say.
I just want to add one small thing here. Look, I think we load Gen Z a lot with purpose. Think of us in their age. What were we? Who knew the purpose? I still struggle with one. So, really to expect something constant, one purpose, and I'll live with that, no, I don't think, my understanding of Gen Z, they don't think like that, and it's right to a large extent. It is project to project. Today, this makes sense to me, I do it. Something else makes sense to me, tomorrow I'll do that. But they have their own dreams, their clarity of life is far higher than what we were. In our times, we didn't know what we wanted to do. I still struggle with a lot of things. But I see the clarity that the Gen Z has is huge. And trust me, guys, you're good. It's only don't live in that virtual, artificial dream world. Be in real world also. Purpose will come. And it's okay to move project to project on a purpose. Purpose एक नहीं होता है life में. ये मेरी 46 years की learning है. There is no one purpose in life. I will live and die for this. If Mathura gets clean, the guy moves on. That's the purpose.
That's really good, and they're all with you. That's proof. Great. So coming to you, Raisa, would like to understand that now we have spoken about the perception of Gen Z around wellness and what wellness really means to them. we would now want to understand the industry perspective on the other side of the table, that how is industry responding to the changing expectations or changing definitions of wellness and importance that to the things that Gen Zs give to. And specifically, if we talk about in regard to the organizational culture per se, what are some of the sensitizations that organizations have not, some do, some don't. We are on the path. And what kind of initiatives and programs do you think work best for this generation?
That's quite a lot. Okay, okay, I'll just start with some basic, like, yes, changing working conditions have been impacting the wellness, or rather holistic well-being and the employee experience. It's of little surprise. I think in the previous session also we spoke about that. I think probably Karthik had popped that question, that, increased flexibility was one of the top change in the working conditions in the last 2 years. However, despite the many benefits increased flexibility brings about, it has its downsides. Many employees did come back, have been coming back and stated that working hours have increased, have strongly agreed that they are more stressed than previous years. Hustle culture is on the decline versus, how we were earlier when we were still working or when we had stepped new in our work. Burnout is no longer attractive to the workforce, whether it's Gen Z, millennials, baby boomers. No, I mean, everything has changed now post-pandemic. Now, what happens is engaging with the workforce. Let me talk more about with examples from what we have been doing successfully. Now, engaging with a large workforce and meeting the needs of a diverse workforce can, of course, get challenging. I'll repeat again, like one size does not fit all. So how do we address that? So there are 6 levers which, we came about, and how we are dealing with our initiatives that have been identified as aspects that impact the psychological and physical safety of employees at the workplace. Now, these levers, what are they? They are responsible leadership, supportive managers, health, autonomy and fulfillment, sense of community, and enabling work environment. Now, the areas that define these levers enables an organization to create a workplace culture fostering holistic well-being, and of course, in turn, it inspires high performance by employees. Now, of course, if you want to take care of holistic well-being of employees, it's important to, adopt a holistic approach. That's a no-brainer, right? Now, how do we do that? Now, at Grant Thornton, our diverse initiatives take care of each of these levers. We are guided by a people-first philosophy where we are committed towards, providing an inclusive and positive work environment. The care for our people, it's very important that it starts right from the pre-onboarding stage. Now, we have you wanted more examples, like I'll talk about initiatives so that I give you more insights of what are the practices that we are doing, what has worked for us, and what we are amplifying it further. We have a 90-day onboarding program which serves to enhance the candidate's experience and in turn serves as a catalyst for employee satisfaction and retention. We have a core health and wellness program which is designed to provide exceptional care to our people. The comprehensive framework has been designed. It takes care of mind, body, heart, and soul. So it's very comprehensive. It's very wholesome. We have a number of initiatives. One thing I'll clarify is that, wellness is not just about counseling support or mental health. There are variations to it. Just by providing counseling support to our employees or their family members, the work doesn't stop there. There are plethora of areas that we need to work upon. Yes, we do have a counseling support. We empaneled with a service provider. who is a mental health partner, wherein we have this digital app, which we embarked on this journey only, few months back. It has this relief chatbot buddy, which provides immediate support to our employees, which is very useful because maybe the counselor will not be available 24 hours, at least the chatbot buddy will be. We also have these Wellness Wednesday, Fitness Thursday sessions that are led by experts in the field. We published very basic monthly wellness calendar that, talks about daily wellness tips. And these wellness tips are not about only hitting the gym. It's as simple as why don't you go for a painting or have a family dinner, that mindfulness talks about a lot of those areas as well. It breaks that myth that, wellness is not just about going for walks in the park, but also family time or, go through some books, read, or take a nap, just have a power nap. We also share a lot of successful, inspiring wellness stories, which we call the holistic wellness stories. One approach that we have kind of taken up is sharing stories of our leaders, because it's very interesting for the Gen Z to read about how the leaders in the organization are taking out time in terms of their commitment towards wellness. And as an organization, we also want to appreciate our employees, to express our gratitude towards their relentless efforts. So we have year-end appreciation leaves. Another powerful tool that I would recommend highly is to celebrate your people frequently. Now, that is something you go beyond an organization and a workplace. Appreciation for their hard work always makes them feel valued and motivated. We have a very comprehensive reward and recognition program where initiatives are based on various categories, 4 pillars, rather I would say, is performance, behavior, tenure, welfare. Another very important thing is team connects. Now, it's important that you form a close-knit, happy, productive team. You hear a lot about it. We have enabled that. There is a lot of messaging that happens to our leaders to encourage them to invest in fun at work. We also have an engagement budget wherein each team is allocated a budget per head per month to drive the various engagement initiatives. I'll take one step ahead and I'll talk about the number of initiatives that you do as an organization. It's always important to constantly evaluate what is working well and what we can do better. You would have heard of a lot of these people experience and matrix like ENPS, Employee Net Promoter Score, Engagement Index, People Experience Index. I joined Grant Thornton way back in 2017. And in FY 2019, let me just be very honest, ENPS was -4% for the organization, and today, and FY 23, we are 74% ENPS. Engagement index is 71, it has moved from 71% from FY 2019 to 82%. People experience index has moved from 72% in FY 2019 to 80%. Our psychological safety index stands at 78%. We also embarked on this great place to work journey last year, where we got our study done on culture audit, and we also participated in wellness study. So our workplace wellness index stands at 81%, at par with best workplaces in India by Great Place to Work. So we are committed to our employee well-being. We have touched many lives over the years. We have seen our people experience matrix significantly rising over the years. And also we have been recognized as India's best 40 workplaces in health and wellness by Great Place to Work. So these are some of the statistics which proves that, how we are measuring our progress. And yes, we are on the right path. There's lots more to do, lots more that we are amplifying. But yes, Gen Z is the voice behind that. They are very vocal. Even when we have digital open house with the CEO, they are not shying away in calling out, like even if they want the gym membership, for example, they are being very vocal. That is one group. I have also learned that, maybe we were a bit shy in the era when we joined the workforce. They are very open. They know what they want. and it is very enriching to see them, and never stop them from being curious and asking the right questions. I think that's a culture that we always cultivate within our teams and as an organization also. Thank you.
That's really nice. The question was big, the answer was really elaborate. Thank you. All right. So maybe I think I can, in between, ask Arushi, how in your perspective as a Gen Z representative, can organizations, even institutions like BMU, contribute to the holistic wellness of Gen Zs?
So, ma'am, I think one of the major things that institutions and organizations can do is acceptance. It is very important for me as Gen Z to be accepted in an organization where I'm working or in any institution that I'm studying in. So being accepted as I am is very important. I want to grow, but I don't want to change my values. I don't want to change my ideologies. I don't want to change my thought process. I want it to be encouraged. Another thing would be creating a sense of belongingness. So it is very important for me to feel that I belong to that place and I'm being accepted, as I already mentioned. And flexibility again. As Ms. Raisa mentioned, that flexibility is something that Gen Z employees are looking into in organizations. So as I've already mentioned, that Gen Z do not hesitate leaving organizations that do not provide that flexibility to them. So these are certain things that I would want institutions and organizations to inculcate in their culture and values as Gen Z.
All right, that's nice. So you talked about acceptance and
sense of belongingness.
Sense of belongingness, very good. All right. Flexibility as well. Yes, right, noted. All right. If I may ask you, Kavita, an extension to the question that Raisa was addressing, the organizational initiatives, or maybe even before that, vision to sort of take these people along as they are, like Arushi also said, acceptance. Can you throw some light on, of course, organizational culture at Suzlon, and maybe a little bit specific to how things like competition at work, things like, have to choose 2 out of 5 to reward, sort of thing, if it exists. These kind of, again, difficult, difficult decisions. How is this being handled, really?
Interesting one.
Yeah.
So, Suzlon, I've just recently joined. In my experience, today, I think any good HR practitioner, any organization for that matter, forget HR, engaging this workforce is something which we relentlessly work towards. Because 35% of your workforce, by 2025, 35 to 45% of your workforce will be Gen Z. At my organization, Suzlon, we are at about 28% when it comes to Gen Z. This is from a data where you have about 7,000 people across globally. Work life is a little difficult because, we have sites, we have turbines, and these are not somewhere which is close to even civilization, I would say, at the risk of being, these are places which are in the hinterlands. Your windmills are usually kept outside the city limits, much away from, so these are wind zones, they are wind farms, And life is not very easy there because your social connect is only those 5-7 people. So at Suzlon, one very interesting practice that we follow is collective rewards. You collectively win, you collectively fail. We don't believe that we call somebody a bright star and call everybody else a black sky. While I understand being competitive at workplace is important, but like you said, pillars are there. Every organization has the reward mechanism. we usually encourage a lot of collective rewards. So if this team has done, we call it team. It's a plant award, it's a team award, it's a site award. It is not an individual award, that's one thing. And you know, surprisingly, the generation which loved this concept the most was Gen Z. They said, we stand by it. I was very surprised. It was the older generation which actually were designing the reward said, yaar, aise nahi hoga. I think we will not get the best of it, but acceptability was very high. Another thing in Suzlon that we very strongly do it, and I champion it myself, is DEIB. We've heard diversity, we've heard inclusion, we've heard equity, but belongingness is another very big piece that we've added to our charter. It's DEIB, any initiative. I mean, you can do everything, but ultimately if the person doesn't feel belonged, you really can't help it. Gender identity. Guys, what you feel is your gender, not what you're born with is your gender, is another piece which we very openly encourage. If that is your gender identity, we accept it. To show alliance, most of our leadership actually supported by announcing their own preferences of gender. So alliance-ship is another piece that we work on. Acceptance, like you rightly said and very beautifully, it is very important that you are accepted the way you are. As HR, I'm telling you, it's very interesting. We are a little more conventional because we have manufacturing and so on. People who do not wear formals Monday to Thursday are considered as non-serious people. At least that was the norm. A brilliant guy who's cleared all rounds of interview was told actually to wear a jeans and come. And we said, please be in your best informal attire. We want to see what's the reaction. You know, the leader said, everything is great about the guy, but yaar, mujhe lagta hai protocol nahi follow karega. And I think that was where we said, no, we have to break the barriers. You know, it's a stereotype that has to be done. So we keep experimenting with it. Response is huge. And it is also something which comes from the ideation that we do with these Gen Z. So there are a lot of champions who are there for DEIB. I was surprised, 80% of my DEIB champions across the world, I mean for Suzlon world, is Gen Z. So, you know, kudos to each one of you. There's a lot of reverse mentoring that happens for us. And for us in Diversity Charter, generation is equally an important piece, like gender is. So we really enjoy this whole piece and encourage this. There's a lot of cultural fostering that happens. And I completely believe that this generation is somebody who loves to take everybody along rather than, you know, cutting, you know, him versus me. It's always we. And that is something which has been a very insightful journey with each one of them.
That's really great. You've touched upon very softer bits, but I think very important. Nice. So I think we need to maybe wind up. I have one last question. Or maybe, you know, something that also came out in our survey. You know, Gen Zs, they value something we call authenticity, right? So they want to be authentic and they want the organizations or even institutions to be authentic with them in response to that. Now, and a very beautiful example that can be stated is of the military or the army, right? In the army, there is a certain way the training happens, right? Now, somebody who joins the army is either meant for it or is not meant for it. So the army is very clear that this is who we are, this is what we do, this is the kind of thing that you have to undergo, and this is what your life is going to be. It is very clearly told to the soldiers or to the soldiers to be, and many people survive, few don't, they drop out, it's absolutely fine, right? Let's say the same principle applied to organizations. I want to ask, starting from you maybe, how valuable is authenticity, just like the army, to your organization or generally the industry? And how much, okay, how, yeah, so that's it, yeah.
Sorry, I don't know whose phone. it is one of the most valued traits, especially in leaders. I think leaders who are authentic are the ones who can connect more, especially with the Generation Z. And that actually sometimes means talking about wellness, for example, right? Sharing their stories. I think we talked a little bit about talking about your journeys, your struggles, and so on. Also, and especially I think in my organization, the employee scores has a parameter. We talk about, are you able to bring your authentic self to work? Again, it could mean your gender identity, it could be your orientation and all those kind of things, right? So the dialogue is very, very extensive again when it comes to authenticity. Everyone values authenticity a lot. But again, I think there's we continue to again live in this very, in a way, contradictory world, because there's so much of that impact of social media, which is really not authentic at all, or to a large extent is considered not authentic, but at the same time, there is a lot of value given to authenticity. So I think, yeah, we're living in a world where we just kind of live with a lot of contradictions, and we just have to figure out how to make the most of it, I guess.
I'll just add, Dr. Ritu, on that one of our culture tenets and our care value, there is a A. I mean, our care value, our value is called care. So A stands for authenticity. So we live by that. And as soon as someone joins the organization, they're oriented to that. They undergo this culture transformation workshop. So yes, we live by that, and all our leaders, peers, juniors, everybody kind of works towards it, and with that in mind, and obviously open communication and transparency is equally important, else you will start losing out your team members. Yeah.
So I think in the paucity of time, let's have a round of 1 minute each to conclude the whole thing, an overall opinion. I mean, just to maybe have 1 minute each of your final statement, and then we open it to questions. That's what I was thinking. Or would you say that let's have questions first? Okay, sure. So we'll take questions. Would encourage the audiences to ask questions on this topic of vital relevance and closeness to everybody sitting here. Yes, please. You can also say your question is for who among the panelists?
So good evening, everyone. I address a very warm welcome to you all here. I, Radhika Jhalani. My question is for Ms. Chavi. So Ms. Chavi, with Gen Z being vocal about mental health, how does Bain & Company addresses and support this critical aspect of human well-being?
I will give a slightly generic answer because, yeah, I'm not really speaking behalf of Bain & Company, so I want to be cautious of that. We do have a bunch of different programs, pretty much similar to what we've heard of already. I think one big change that I have seen over the years is our, let's say, there's a lot of dialogue again on mental health, wellness. We are getting things such as caregiver leaves, and there's obviously, we've always been having, let's say, wellness leaves, but there is given again more emphasis on taking leaves if you don't feel well, like emotionally, mentally, and so on. So that dialogue is also more open. The other thing that I have observed recently is from a company perspective, our medical policy. Now it did not used to cover, let's say, counseling and therapy sessions as part of our reimbursements and so on. All of that is now included. So I think those are some big changes and big steps that we are taking towards fostering that culture of mental health and wellness. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good
Yes,
afternoon,
please.
ma'am. My name is Anjali, and firstly, I want to answer to your question that you asked, that what BMU provides us.
Yes,
I think
yes.
for the wellness, I think BMU provides us with great mentors and teachers here who actually listens to us and provide us with great solutions that are actually very practical. And coming back to my question, ma'am, in this competitive world, how can and where we actually try to be best and do our best of ourselves. So sometimes we push our limits to do whatever we are doing in the very best way. So ma'am, how in that case we should take care of our mental health in this constant competitive world?
And your question is for?
For ma'am, everyone.
Anyone can.
It's a difficult one. It's not easy. Especially, load of information, the need to do a lot in a less time. Also, Gen Z, as we understand, are not the early going to bed kinds and early rising kinds, I mean, there are very few. If you are, must be great. But usually, for you, 24 hours is seen as 24 hours. It's not like a set bedtime, set sleeping time, and so on. You are beyond the clocking hours, is what I understand of Gen Z. And hence, mental well-being here, especially with so much of pressure coming from social media, from the peers, from the things that you want to do, and so on, it's a difficult one. And each one of you need to understand whatever you do, at the end of the day, goals, purposes, everything will change. But mental well-being, and you may understand the importance of it when you lose something because of not you feeling up to it. Happiness, managing stress, managing anxiety, managing pressures is something that you have your own ways. There is no right and wrong, but is a very important one. Spending time with your own self, doing reflection is very important for each one of you. Because when your mind is multitasking all the time and you don't take a pause, that's where the impact happens. I'll give a very interesting example. There's a guy we hired from IIT. Brilliant guy. IIT Delhi itself means the guy has to have credentials beyond. Best of the offer, everything happened. 6 months down the line, he said, I'm quitting the corporate world. I can't handle the pressure. And it has nothing to do with work, salary, or anything. It is to do with his own mental state. He said, when I started my life, I wanted to do something. There's a complete mismatch. I don't want to. He's doing farming today. I'm still in touch with him. He has actually gone back to his native and doing farming. He says, I don't want to do it. Be very sure what you want to do and choose those journeys. That is very important. I don't know if I've answered you, but it's a very important one for each one of you.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Kirandeep Kaur, and I'm from MBA second year. So my question is to all of you, actually. So as we have established that Gen Z tends to prioritize their mental and physical well-being more. So a lot of people now opt for career breaks. And a lot of organizations kind of frown upon those career breaks because why do you have a gap year? And that rationale that you are doing that break for your own well-being is not really, accepted that well. So what are your thoughts on career breaks for your own well-being?
What's your name?
My name is Kirandeep.
Kirandeep, okay. I'll try to answer this with my experience. Yes, sometime down the line, I would, when I see a CV, I would see, okay, you can sit down. I would try to see okay, and take an understanding there is a gap. But of course, you should be very open-minded and not form your biases just by screening the CV. When you're hiring, just be very open-minded. if you feel the CV has the merit, they have the other credentials right, please call the candidate for an interview and try to understand why there has been a career break, uh, which is very important because not necessarily everybody is taking a break just to, some leisurely break. There would be a genuine reason, and you can deep dive more, ask the right questions to understand, like, when you say coaching method, ask those type of open-ended questions just to get an understanding why the career break has been there, and you feel there is authenticity in the responses that you get, and take that leap of faith and go ahead. And we have done that at Grand Thornton Bharat with we have a program called Wings, where women colleagues who have been on sabbatical or maternity breaks, we invite them back through this program. We are very open to in terms of that culture, but yes, which is very important, and that can go wrong with any candidate, even with somebody who's been continuously working. Hiring can go wrong with that as well. You just need to be very mindful of what questions and how are you assessing, maybe put forth a case study. Career break doesn't mean that the candidate does not have the potential. If that is a myth the students have, please take that away. What we see, I think right now we are so evolved as organizations that we see for the right reasons why a person is taking a break. I just hope I've been able to answer your question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next question.
The question is open to everybody in the panel. For the example I'm taking, like you have seen the movies like which is based on John Nash's life, or Dr. Scrooge's in Big Bang Theory. And such kind of people who are towards genius, they sometimes lose it, of course. And as an example, we have institutions which are big enough and they are open enough to keep them employed. How much do you think in the corporate world are the chances for these kind of people to stay engaged? For example, the IIT and you're talking, how much open are you to keep him engaged? Engaged, not paying, engaged. So that's the open question to everybody. Yeah.
See, honestly, it depends on organization to organization. A lot of Indian corporate organizations, or for that matter, any organization, we are in such a rush. There's such a rush for so many things that we are doing. Every day is a new day. Every day there are new challenges. The interesting mantra in corporate today is your Q4, which has gone by year, and typically March 31st is when you do the maximum sales, traditionally. Your Q1 is greater than Q4. So you can understand the kind of sales pressure we're talking about. Every organization is in that circle. So honestly speaking, there aren't many effort that happens, but yes, organizations are conscious that you cannot lose talent like this. And like we said, our workforce is going to be Gen Z. By 2025, 35 to 45% of your workforce is going to be this. And they're equally talented. So this particular person that I spoke about is working on our sites, developing the in and around vicinity for us. So he's part of our CSR, where he's working more at his contribution level. But are there many examples like this? Maybe no. This particular case we worked very closely with, yes. But there are also cases where we miss. And mental well-being here, trust me, plays a very important role. I'm going back, beyond what you just asked. In any of our cases of fatality that has happened in a turbine site facility, we've realized it's a mental state of mind that impacted. Either the pressure for going home or the pressure of something else that played up, and safety norms being compromised. So somewhere the emphasis on well-being, especially your mental, physical, you being there in that time, is so high in any role you pick up. So that's something which we are working on. And yes, engagement, we heard such beautiful scores by Raisin. You mentioned so many beautiful scores set. Every one of us today as engagement leaders in our respective organization are working around it. Because this has become a new It's like balance sheet was one benchmark. This is the new talent benchmark that we follow. So it's playing an important role. But there's a long way to go.
Thank you. Any other one last question?
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
Good evening, ma'am. My question is for Kavita, ma'am. I'm a first year MBA student. My name is Naman Singhal. So my question to you is, I believe that there is a dilemma. Most of the mental health problems in our generations arise because there are too many options, and there is a choosing that you have to do between you have to go in one path that says path A or path B. Like you said about that IIT guy that you hired, and he got totally confused, and he, as soon as he, he actually did the job. He worked for 6 months in your company, and then he decided to leave. So how to, face the dilemma, and how to, make up our minds between choosing the right thing? Because one can never be sure in their lives what they actually want to do and what they are going to do next. What is going to be the roadmap ahead? So what can be done to, reduce the stress in our minds regarding that?
That's a brilliant question and a tough one. When we started our career, I remember we used to have this typical streams, You can be a doctor or an engineer or an MBA, but today there are 1,000 subjects, 1,000 combinations. We never thought music and maths could be studied together. There are 1,000 subjects you can have combination, permutation. I was shocked this year when we were looking at curriculums. There is something called as liberal arts where they teach 36 subjects. I mean, imagine, it just evolves your mind so much, but also it creates so much confusion. The fact that you guys are fortunate to go through so many things, so many opportunities, so many options, and yes, choosing is very difficult. When it is only this, you know what to do. But when there are multiples, you don't know what to do. And it's right in your age. I always say, try it out. Follow your heart, try it out. At least 10 options you should try and fail. And if you don't fail, you don't learn. Let your failures be your learnings. It's all right, I tried as something, didn't work, moved on, tried something else, I failed again. There are so many stories of failures and then success coming in. Don't shy away from failing. Don't shy away from learning. There is no rights and wrong in today's world. There is no rights and wrong. It is increasingly becoming more dynamic and VUCA. So please follow your heart. Try it out. Be happy and proud, because like we said, authenticity, acceptance. We accept failures. You spoke about career breaks. We accept that, yes, I tried 4 professions, it didn't work, this is my 5th one. And there are organizations which accept that. As long as you're honest to yourself, you would not be in a stress. So it's okay to try and fail, but do that.
So I think we'll come to the end of the discussion as we have other things lined up. So I think the discussion was informative, it was engaging, it was thought-provoking for all of us, and I think also reflective. So thank you so much, everyone, for your time and for your contribution. Thank you.
I request all the panel members to please come forward, and I request Mr. Sadhanil Das Gupta, Senior Director of Career Guidance and Development Center, to join the stage and hand over the mementos to the members. Sir, please. Yes, sir. Take this. Ms. Kavita Dasan. Ms. Raisa Naim. Ms. Chavi Chiba. Ms. ROC Sharma. Dr. Ritu Chikara.
We thank you, panel 3 members, for this informative discussion.
Moving ahead, for the closing address, I would like to call Dr. Jaskiran Arora, Dean, Education Quality, and Dr. Prateek Modi, Dean, School of Management, BML Munjal University. Professor Jaskiran Arora, can we have a huge round of applause?
So guys, they placed a step here, which is very tempting, but I guess at the risk of maybe being seen a little less, I'll still take over this side. Yeah, and be here with you. Right, long day? Yes, enlightened one? Great. So unveiling tomorrow, empowering Gen Z in a changing world. When the organizers shared this title, there was this one very interesting analogy that I thought of. How many of you drive a car? Almost everyone. Great. How many of you have driven a car on a very foggy day? A dense fog. Yeah? For anybody who has driven on this road has definitely done that. So, this is the story. One of these days, I was coming to the campus, and the fog was so dense, I was not able to make my way. I was not even very sure if I am on the road or off-road, right? And I started fretting. My husband had sometime told me there's a fog light somewhere down. I tried switching that on. I tried switching my headlights on. I was getting very desperate. I tried my wiper on, off, high speed, low speed, because I was not able to see through. And I was feeling very anxious, very jittery. And though I'm a nature lover, fog, if I'm on a walk, I would have loved that. But it was that situation when I was so desperate to see my way forward, I was not able to. And that was giving me so much of anxiety. I thought, नहीं यार ये तो आना ही नहीं चाहिए. This is what कहाँ नौकरी कर लिया मैंने कहाँ जा रही हूँ. And I cursed myself like anything. And then I just had to tell myself, hold on. Whatever I do, right, at this point in time, is not going to do away the fog. I would still not be able to see whatever I might do unless I come in a clearing of light. The only thing in my hand then was to relax, enjoy every bit of that journey, and look forward to what I would see, contribute, be able to do the moment I get out of that fog. And believe you me, Naman raised a very beautiful question, and I so much empathize with you. We as kids had only 3 games to play. It was Stapu, hide and seek, and Pakdan Pakdai. Period. You guys are spoiled for choices, right? We had only 3 streams. Intelligent student, super intelligent student would take medical. Intelligent, sharp boys would take non-medical, right? And who couldn't make it to the first 2 would take the 3rd period. You guys are trouble for options. Professionally, we would just have 3 professions: engineer, doctor, teacher, no 4th option. Once again, so the idea is we completely empathize, and you are in a place where it's very dense fog. And I think we can all here relate so much how desperate you might be to unveil the tomorrow, right? For most of you in the 22-24 MBA batch, right, the journey is relatively shorter. You might be just eager to know, mera kya banega, right? So as a closing remark, my gyan, I'm sorry you have had so much of gyan since morning, but my bit from my experiences, guys, what is that you enjoy the most? Unfortunately, what happens is, CGTC ने JD भेजा, EY का JD आया है, CTC, oh, it is 14 lakhs, I must do it, I must do it. Do you really like what is being offered? And then you may say, नहीं वो skip नहीं करने देंगे, that's a separate thing, right? But the idea is, no skipping, right? Huh? So the idea is, can you really see yourself enjoying it? Can you see how and what you will look forward to the moment this fog goes away? Can you identify that passion, that hobby, that thing that makes you forget the world? Can that thing become your profession? So are you in the MBA program because 10th के बाद ऐसे marks आए तो 10th 12th करना था, फिर graduation करना था, फिर शादी करनी है तो मास्टर्स करनी है, अब शादी करनी है तो जॉब भी करनी है, जॉब कैसी भी हो, पैसे होने चाहिए, अच्छी कंपनी के साथ होना चाहिए. Is that what we are looking for? Then this is going to be a little foggy, believe you me, even if you're my age. So from me to you, right, that when we are talking of empowering Gen Z, while you guys have challenges, you also have a very long life. At our age, we will probably die by 75, 80. Gen Z is going to live for 100 more years. So you have 20 more years to experiment. Make use of every bit of it, right? Explore your passion, fall in love with it, and if it's not successful, that's okay, try something else. But never stop yourself and do not ever compromise. Yeah, with that, all the very best from me. And it's my pride, privilege, and honor to invite Professor Prateek Modi not only to the stage, but also to our school. We're all very delighted to have him on board.
Thank you, Professor Jaskiran, for the kind introduction and very inspiring closing remarks. I would very quickly and briefly top it up with some of the final message from me, what I have been listening so far. First of all, I must confess that I am not on Twitter nor on Instagram. That does not make me completely unfit to be here and present the closing remark. But though I promise, probably I'll try to bridge the gap, maybe next year around this time. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the convener, co-convener, Professor Ritu, Professor Sunita, student team, all the members of this event associated in the planning and execution flawlessly. I think they all deserve a big round of applause and appreciation. So as we close this remarkable summit, I'm humbled by the depth of thought, the vigor of debate, and the relentless drive of our emerging leaders. I find it particularly fitting to reflect upon the pivotal questions that were posed here related to the future of innovation and technology, where we have seen that Gen Z not merely waiting for the future to unfold, but have actively started to co-create it and are going to make difference. They are a privileged generation who have born and probably brought up largely with the technology. So there is no technological inhibition as it exists with the generation of probably my and the other senior persons. They are actually in the process of creating the future, what we thought was impossible a few decades back. And I'm sure that they're going to usher us into an era of new and a better world. On the question of the climate change and the other issues related to sustainability, I think the people, other people in this area of my generations and again senior, have heard it probably later in their youth or past their prime age. But this again Generation Z, which have heard it as part of their probably school curricula or part of their conversation in the society largely, which means they have imbibed it in their thought process, which makes them even more aware than many of us are probably about the issues of climate change and sustainability. So their inhibition and the actions are even stronger than probably what we or the older generation can offer. And finally, the issue of mental well-being, which is becoming very important. I'm sure that the other generations, prior to this, did not even recognize the mental well-being or the mental health as an issue at all. And which is remarkable that this generation is aware about what they are, their mental state and the stress both, which again makes them a very special generation and gives us probably a bit oldies and the older generation a faith in them that the world is going to be a better place in their hands than what it was probably in our hands, because we are partially responsible for creating all these problems of sustainability or unsustainability rather, or being climate unfriendly and ignoring the mental health issue. So in closing, let us recognize what Gen Z stands for as a multifaceted and a dynamic generation, which is going to usher us into a better era. And with that faith and trust in them, I once again thank everyone involved in arrangement, in planning, conceptualizing, and executing this event. And more importantly, on behalf of the BML University, I thank all the esteemed guests who took out time from their busy schedule, came here all the way, and shared their wisdom with us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Professor Arora and Professor Modi, for your insightful words of wisdom. Now, I would request the Deans, Dr. Jaskin Arora and Dr. Prateek Modi, along with the chair and the co-chair, and Mr. Shantanil, to be on stage for felicitation of the student volunteers. So may I call upon stage Priyesh Yadav,
Mansha Sukhija,
Priyam Shukla,
Karthik VC,
Arushi Sharma,
Akash CD,
Arushi,
Akash CD,
Shobit Jain,
Omkar Kulkarni.
Nishant Shekhar.
Ankita Singh.
Shubham Sachan.
Tanushri Chatterjee.
Adityan SJ.
Sanskar Gupta.
Ananya Jain.
Astha Oja.
Nishant Jindal.
Ruchir Jhulka.
Kirandeep Kaur.
Shubhangi Mamgen.
Bhavkirat Singh.
Gauranvit Singhania. Jaskiran Narula.
मुस्कान तयाल.
Mr. Gadvi, please join us.
तुम बोलो हाँ हाँ पीछे खड़े बेचारे I would request students to please settle down.
बोल दो अनाउंस कर दो जा रहे हैं लीविंग अभी कर दो अभी कर दो
I would now call.
Yeah. I would now call Mr. Jitendra Gadvi for a vote of thanks. Mr. Gadvi is the Director of Career Guidance and Development Center at BML Munjal University.
Hi. So good evening all. As we bid adieu to the Brij Leadership Summit, I reflect on the inspiring discussions and the insights that have shaped this event into a remarkable journey. It is with great honor and gratitude that I acknowledge the key players who have contributed to this symphony of ideas and evolutions. To the brilliant mind who have illuminated these panel discussions, thank you, the panel members, for the impact that have created today. Our esteemed Chancellor and Vice Chancellor, sir, whose vision propels us to move forward. To our dynamic President, Ms. Swati Munjal, her visionary guidance is the compass that directs our university towards excellence. Her unwavering support and commitment is the cornerstone of our collective success. To the deans of our school, Dr. Jaskiran and Dr. Prateek Modi, the faculty of SOM, you are the custodians of the academic brilliance that are shaping the minds of tomorrow. To Chair, Dr. Ritu Chikara, Co-Chair, Dr. Sangeeta, you are the brains behind the success of this summit. Our marketing maestros, Rubal and Negar, thank you for always being there on the short notice. Thank you for being there on the short notice and odd hours. And thank you for putting up this wonderful event. Our unsung heroes, the admin and the security, Mr. Anupam ji, Vinod ji, Virendra ji, thank you for your seamless support. The entire team that is here supporting us backstage. Our superheroes, Santanil sir, Siddiq and Alipta, Varun, the entire CGDC team, A big round of applause for all the student volunteers that are there. This summit would not have been possible without them. The entire PlaceCom team, Nishant Shekhar, Nishant Jindal, Priyesh, Tanushri, Ritik, Shobhit, Mansha, Ankita, Astha, Akash, CD, Omkar, Shubham Sachan, the entire CSRA team. You work like a team together. The MCs, wonderful MCs together, Jaskiran, Bhavkirat, Muskan, Goranvit, and the entire team that have worked. Thank you, each one of you, for being a part of this extraordinary event. Here's to the future of leaders that we are nurturing, the ideas that we are cultivating, and the success that awaits. Until we meet again for the next Brij Summit, I thank you all. Thank you. Hi, a special thanks to all the audience for patiently listening to all our panels. We hope that you participate in the Brij Summit next year also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening thoughts. With this, we draw the curtains on the 4th edition of this remarkable Brij Leadership Summit. This year's summit brought together visionary leaders, industry experts, and aspiring professionals from diverse backgrounds to create a platform for knowledge sharing, networking, and inspiration. As we reflect upon this insightful odyssey of knowledge, we look forward to the continued growth and impact of the Brij Leadership Summit in shaping the leaders of tomorrow.
Until we meet again for the 5th edition, may the spirit of leadership and collaboration thrive in all our endeavors. Thank you.